I don't eat it because of so many harms. First and foremost, the preparation. Most of those foods are not prepared well. Let's say 70% of the people selling food on the road do not take some precautions into the preparation, even into the selling, the servicing, that's the way they serve their food. In the preparation, cut and join, a lot of cut and join. They go to the market, buy things. I was a victim of, in fact, I saw one woman who sells food, asked the seller of vegetables to cut all the vegetables at the market without
Kem I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years, they can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, you know, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him, okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg, so when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, would operate my leg with, you know, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed, nice. Because you know, one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. You know, they are quite doctors these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. Is that me right? Yes, okay. I support. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Welcome to Global News and Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. And the headlines: will continue to support President Tinubu's economic reform, Speaker Abbas says. New CP in Anambra vows to apprehend murderers of 3 siblings in ENUGU. U.S. federal workers react on buyout offer amidst plans for deep cutbacks. And France's Macron and India's Modi pledge deeper bilateral cooperation. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, during plenary on Tuesday, said the Senate would receive the reports of 54.2 trillion naira 2025 budget from its committees on appropriation for the possible passage into law this week. He said the Committee on Appropriations, chaired by Senator Solomon Adeola, APC Ogun West, is expected to present the report on Wednesday or Thursday. President Bola Tinubu had on December 18, 2024, presented a total budget of 49.7 trillion naira to a joint sitting of the National Assembly, but later increased it to 54.2 trillion, citing additional revenue of 4.5 trillion from the generating agencies like the Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, and other government-owned enterprises, GOEs. Akpabio, in his remarks after debate on the bill seeking for the establishment of a Federal University of Agriculture in Abak, Akwa Ibom State, on Tuesday, said there was need for them to quickly end the debate for final work on the 2025 budget. The Senate and the House of Representatives had earlier fixed January 31, 2025 for the passage of the 49.7 trillion naira earlier proposed budget for 2025 by President Bola Tinubu. However, before the date, both chambers shifted their resumption from Christmas and New Year recess from January 31, 2025 to February 4, 2025. The very day the both received communication from the President on increase of total expenditure profile of the proposed budget from 49.7 trillion to 54.2 trillion. Both Akpabio and Speaker of the House of Representatives Tajuddin Abbas, in their separate remarks after reading the letter, said that the budget proposals would have to be reprocessed for inclusion of additional 4.5 trillion naira. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, said the Parliament will support economic reforms by the administration of President Tinubu, which are aimed at jacking up revenue. He said these while hosting the leadership of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, on a courtesy call at his office on Tuesday. The Speaker noted that the policy document proposes how the private sector could become the major engine of development in the country. He explained that the legislative agenda includes, but not limited to, enhancing ease of doing business in Nigeria through legislative reforms, supporting infrastructural development and economic diversification, promoting innovation, technology, and industrialization, strengthening institutions that facilitates private sector engagement. Speaker Abbas added that the private sector would have been the engine room that will drive more revenue for the country, which is the reason the tax reforms of the president are exceptionally at this crucial time. The speaker, who described the visit by the LCCI as historic, commended the chamber for its role in advancing the economy as one of the major leading voices in the private sector. Recognizing the LCCI's consistent advocacy for a conducive business environment in Nigeria, the speaker commended the chamber for protecting the interests of both local and foreign businesses. He announced that the House would be engaging the LCCI annually on economic issues that may require legislative interventions. The president of the LCCI, Gabriel Idahosa FCA, expressed LCCI's commitments to collaborating with the House on how to strengthen Nigeria's economy. The House of Representatives has directed the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, and the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, to suspend the impending hike in telecommunications tariffs until services are improved. The decisions of the House were sequel to the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance moved at the plenary on Tuesday by Ofoji Uboku. Presenting the motion, the lawmaker recalled that speaking after a stakeholders meeting with mobile network operators in Abuja on Wednesday, 8 January 2025, Tijani disclosed that the telecommunication tariffs would soon increase. The lawmaker stressed that the arguments of the telecommunications companies for the hike includes the cost of investment, better networks, increasing demand for digital services across sectors such as education, banking, and healthcare, amongst others. Oboko noted that the National Association of Telecom Subscribers has rejected the proposed increase in tariffs, describing it as insensitive and a further burden on consumers already grappling with economic hardship and poor network service delivery. He expressed concern that the price hikes would deepen financial struggles for the average Nigerian, strengthening the country's vision of leveraging technology to drive economic revival, exacerbate poverty, and widen existing inequalities, hitting lower-income families the hardest. President Bola Tinubu has ordered all ministers in his cabinet to give account of their stewardship with immediate effect. The ministers are to appear periodically before the media to provide updates on their activities and policies. Tinubu's order was disclosed by the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, on Tuesday during a press conference in Abuja. According to Idris, the briefings will serve as a platform for ministers to directly engage with Nigerians, highlight key developments in their respective ministries, and address public concerns. The ministerial press briefings come ahead of the second anniversary of Tinubu's administration, reinforcing the government's commitment to keeping citizens informed about its program and policies. President Tinubu had made ministers to sign performance guidelines before their swearing in. The federal government has charged the regional development commissions to be agents of change in their areas of operations. Minister of Regional Development Abubakar Momo gave the charge in Abuja on Tuesday while inaugurating the Southeast and Northeast Development Commissions. Correspondent Nasiru Usman was there.
Discharge my duties to the best of my ability.
The promise of a more inclusive development became more realistic on Tuesday as the federal government inaugurated the Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions. The Minister of Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, who performed the inauguration ceremony, charged the board members to spearhead development in infrastructure, agriculture, security, and foster regional cooperation in their respective zones. The minister said the people deserve the best of development, expressing to see greater development brought closer to the grassroots. He advised the commissions to come up with master plans for development in their zones and partner with the state government and security agencies to promote security in the region.
We have just witnessed the swearing-in of members of the two new regional commissions, the Southeast and Northwest Development Commission, bringing to fore the journey towards complementing the efforts of other government agencies in bringing development closer to the grassroots. This occasion marks a critical milestone in our collective commitment to fostering balanced, sustainable, and inclusive development across all regions of our great nation. The establishment of these commissions is a proof of the federal government's dedication to addressing regional disparities, promoting economic growth, and improving the quality of life for our citizens.
These commissions are designed to foster balanced growth, bridge disparities, and ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of location, enjoys the dividends of democracy. From roads and bridges to smart agriculture, food security, and clean energy, these commissions will spearhead critical infrastructure projects that catalyze economic growth and uplift the quality of life of our people.
The chairmen of the Senate Committees on Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions promised effective oversight of the new commissions to enable them deliver on their mandates. In his remarks, Chairman Governing Board of Southeast Development Commissions, Emeka ENUGU, and his Northwest counterpart, Lawal Samaila Abdullahi, promised to develop a roadmap to bring development to their respective regions. Also speaking, managing directors of Northwest and Southeast Development Commissions appreciated the president for signing the bill into law and promised to address challenges in their respective regions.
Our agency's mandate is clear: to promote economic growth and development, improve infrastructure, and enhance quality of life of our citizens.
The creation of this organization and putting its leadership together is a testament to his style of leadership, and we can only leverage this platform to pay him back with results, impact, and ensuring that we judiciously use the resources being bestowed upon us.
Deputy Governor of Anambra State, Onyeka Ibezim, who was at the ceremony, said the coming of the Regional Development Commissions marks a shift towards greater grassroots development. Shortly after the inauguration, a reception was organized to celebrate the new leadership of the Southeast Development Commission. In attendance were friends, family, top politicians from the Southeast region, top government officials, among others. In a speech, Chairman Southeast Development Commission Emeka ENUGU said the commission was poised to bring needed development and will not disappoint the people of the region.
I want to reassure you that we are going to be committed to our assignment in the commission. We are going to add something that was not there in the 60s. Integrated rail line, fiber optics for communication, artificial intelligence, robotics, and everything. That is the only difference, and gas pipeline that will connect the whole of the Southeast. If it is possible, we are going to give you a ring road connecting all the states of the Southeast. We are going to work with the 5 governors of the Southeast. We are going to work with members of the National Assembly. We are going to work for the people of the Southeast. We are not going to disappoint you.
He was in APC, standing strong and working very hard. So I'm appreciative of the fact that he's remembered, and I know he's going to do the best. I want to thank the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for making this a reality.
The board has a tenure of 4 years in office, which can be renewed by the president. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
The Nigerian Army says it is committed to supporting the ENUGU state government in combating insecurity in the state. The new general officer commanding 82 Division of the Nigerian Army, ENUGU, Major General Oluyemi Olatoye, gave the assurance during a courtesy visit to Governor Pitamba. General Olatoye commended Governor Pitamba for his significant investments in security, which he said is the bedrock for the development in any society. He assured that as the force commander of the Joint Task Force Southeast, Operation Udoka, it would sustain the tempo of the fight against all forms of insecurity. Governor Mba, while welcoming the new GOC, commended the Army for its robust collaboration with the state government. He recalled his administration's commitment to eradicating the sit-at-home order enforced by the non-state actors, which he said received the full support of the Army. General Latoye, who assumed office as the 39th General Officer commanding the division on January 27, 2025, replaced Major General H.Y.T. Dada. The European Union says it is committed to partnering with the ENUGU states in critical areas such as renewable energy, education, security, and other services. The EU delegation, led by Head of Cooperation, Massimo De Luca, made the commitment during a visit to the state's government, Peter Mba, at the government house in ENUGU. De Luca commended Governor Mba's approach to infrastructure and human capital development. He assured that the EU will provide electricity in all primary healthcare centers and local communities across the state through solar energy to make healthcare services more efficient and sustainable.
ENUGU has emerged as key in a number of areas, but particularly around the power sector. In the power sector, we have launched, thanks to our close relationship with your institutions here in ENUGU, we are developing a number of innovative initiatives in addition to what was done in the past around the mini-grids, but now we are looking at innovative schemes and initiatives around solar to help, small hydro, and innovative arrangements with the ENUGU distribution company to supply big consumers, to ensure 24-hour supply to especially industrial consumers, which is really something very exciting that we have launched recently in Kaduna, and we are trying to duplicate here in ENUGU.
Governor Peter Mba, while welcoming the partnership, highlighted his administration's efforts to eradicate poverty through investments in basic amenities, economic opportunities, and infrastructure development.
We are particularly interested in the activities of the European Union because we see some alignment between the aims and objectives of your activity, particularly across Africa, and our vision in Enugu State. Our vision to eradicate poverty, to achieve a 0% rate in our poverty headcount. We have, in pursuit of that objective, invested hugely in our social sector, where we are, as you may already know, building 260 green smart schools across the state, and we're also doing 260 primary healthcare centers. We can see a major alignment when you talk about investment.
The newly posted Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Ikeoye Orutugu, has vowed to apprehend those behind the gruesome killing of 3 siblings whose corpses were dumped in a refrigerator at Nnewi, Anambra State. Speaking at the scene of the crime at Nnewi shortly after assuming office, Orutugu condemned the incident and vowed that the perpetrators must be made to pay for their action. He asserted that the perpetrators of the crime are not far from the vicinity and commiserated with the bereaved family, regretting that the society has been robbed of the potentials of 3 little children. Recall that the 3 children of Mr. Jude and Mrs. Chikazo Ejezi were recently killed by unknown assailants who invaded their home. After killing them, hid their corpses inside a freezer. The 3, Chikaima Ejezi, aged 9, Chimziterum, aged 7, and Chim Dilim, who is 5 years old, are only offsprings of the parents. Parliamentary workers in Abia have commenced an indefinite strike over alleged non-implementation of the Legislative Financial Autonomy. The workers operating under the aegis of Parliamentary Staff Association of Nigeria, PASAN, who barricaded the entrance to the Assembly complex, barred people from entering the premises while hanging the union's banner with the inscription of the strike notice at the main entrance gate. Addressing newsmen at the event, Abia State Chairman of the association, Sunday Kalu, said that the action was in compliance with the directive from the national body of the person. Kalu said the strike following the expiration of the ultimatum issued on November 19, 2024 and January 30th over the non-implementation of the financial autonomy, consolidated legislative structure, CONLES, and administrative autonomy. He said the union went on a warning strike in 2023 but later suspended it after negotiations with the state government but regretted that nothing has changed till date. The Nigerian Governors Forum Conference of Speakers of States House of Assembly and the National Executive of the Parliamentary Workers had on November 2023 signed a Memorandum of Understanding. Part of the agreement was the full implementation of the financial autonomy of state assemblies and CONLES beginning from January 2024. Still to come, nothing will stand in my way if I seek re-election in 2027, Fubara says. Signature TV to collaborate with Institute of Maritime Education, UNN, to boost the blue economy. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. 5 years after the world was ravaged by the COVID-19 pandemic, University Don Professor Ken Nwuba has alleged that the ailment was a weapon of mass destruction instigated by man's inhumanity to man. Professor Nwuba was speaking at the inauguration of the Anambra State Executive of the United Nations Peace and Positive Living Awareness Initiative and appointments of some notable Nigerians as UN Peace Ambassadors held in Awka, the Anambra State's capital.
Ken Nwuba, who is a professor of law at the Poor University, Awka, insisted that COVID-19 was unleashed on humanity as a result of cruelty and deadly power play at the top echelon of the world leadership. He regretted that peace eluded the world ever since man revolted against the original designs of God, and commended the efforts of the United Nations in creating awareness in the need for positive living and peaceful coexistence of the human race.
The whole world, the entire world is in turmoil. Everywhere you go, no matter even in the intellectual community, in scientific, wherever you go, how to get to achieve peace is a Herculean task. But I thank God, with men and women I see here today, we are on the move.
The convener and the international coordinator of the United Nations Peace and Positive Living Awareness Center, Reverend Dr. Festus Ozemena, said the world body was founded on peace soon after the First and Second World Wars. Dr. Ozemena emphasized that peace is the greatest treasure in a world that is under strife, as no meaningful development can be achieved in a rancor and crisis-torn environment, and commended the Anambra State government in its bold step to combating crime and restoring sanity to the society.
I beseech Anambra people to give peace a chance and practice a culture of peace for sustainable development in line with UN Agenda 2030 and AU, African Union Agenda 2063, and to support the state government in transforming Anambra of our dream.
Chairman of the Anambra State Council of Traditional Rulers, Igwe Chudubem Iweka of Obosi, represented by Igwe Emeka Iluno of Ifitedunu, pledged the cooperation of the communities in the state with the UN towards cessation of hostilities and other activities devoid of peace.
Under its watch, all the traditional rulers in Anambra State will do their best to ensure that their community is at peace. If they do that, you can see that all those that are today being inaugurated will have little or nothing to do. But he's only saying that you partner with you will partner with us, you will work with us to ensure that Anambra enjoys peace.
Other goodwill messages came from the Anambra State Commandants of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The event came to a climax with the inauguration of the Anambra State Executive of the group and the appointment of some notable Nigerians as UNP's ambassadors.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has expressed confidence that nothing will stand in the way of his victory in the 2027 governorship election if he decides to seek a second term. Fubara made the remark on Tuesday while receiving a delegation of traditional rulers and leaders from the 3 local government areas that make up the Kalabari ethnic nationality in Rivers State. The delegation endorsed the governor for re-election, praising his leadership qualities and dedication to infrastructure development, particularly the 200 billion Trans-Kalabari Road project, which is currently under construction. In response, Governor Fubara reiterated that his administration remains committed to delivering tangible progress for the people of Rivers State, emphasizing that impact and service matter more than the length of time spent in office. Meanwhile, the Martins Amewole-led faction of Rivers House of Assembly has expressed happiness with the Supreme Court decision applauding the judiciary over its ruling on the appeal by Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Briefing the press shortly after the Supreme Court dismissed the appeal by Governor Fubara over the representation of the 2024 budget, Amewole revealed that their confidence in the judiciary has been further strengthened. He said that the Supreme Court's judgment has affirmed that the Rivers State governor has been running the state in the past 1 year without an appropriation law.
The 10th Rivers State House of Assembly is happy with these developments. Rivers people are elated that the Supreme Court has indeed spoken. Recall that at different fora, the governor has insisted that he was not going to obey any judgment, be it from the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal, or any court at all. Today, the Supreme Court has spoken. We'll wait and see if he will disobey the judgment of the Supreme Court in the same way he disobeyed the judgment of the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court gave a judgment regarding local government and caretaker committees. We must, on behalf of Rivers people, let me say on behalf of the 10.
Rivers State Attorney General and the Commissioner for Justice, Dagogo Iboroma, says the Supreme Court did not reinstate Martin Amewole and 26 others as State House of Assembly members. Iboroma, in a media briefing in Port Harcourt, the state's capital on Monday night, said various interpretations of the court ruling in the social media are misleading. He emphasized that the state's 2024 budget has been fully spent and cannot be brought back, adding that even the 2024 appropriation bill has been passed, signed into law, and in operation. The Attorney General explained that the Governor Siminalayi Fubara had filed a notice of withdrawal of his appeal and freely urged the Apex Court to dismiss his appeal, which was granted. He said the Supreme Court made no order whatsoever restating Martin Amewole and 26 others as members of Rivers State House of Assembly. Neither did the Supreme Court make any finding on their status as members of Rivers State House of Assembly. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says charges will not apply anytime customers use the automated teller machines ATMs of banks other than theirs. This is contained in a circular dated February 10, 2025 and addressed to all banks and financial institutions. The Apex Bank's Acting Director of Financial Policy and Regulation Department, John Onoja, according to the circular, the free monthly withdrawals allowed for banks customers in Nigeria under sections 10.6.2 of the guide shall no longer apply. With effect from March 1, 2025, customers withdrawing at the ATMs of their banks and financial institutions won't be charged, but customers withdrawing from the ATM of other banks would now be charged 100 naira for every 20,000 naira. The CBN added that for all site ATMs not on banks' premises, like those at the shopping malls, eateries, and other public places, a surcharge of not more than 500 naira for every 20,000 naira will apply in addition to statutory 100 naira fee for withdrawals by customers of other banks' ATMs. It attributed the reviewed charges to rising costs and the need to improve the efficiency of ATM services in the country. The Institute of Maritime Studies of the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, and Signature Television have agreed to go into partnership to create awareness on maritime education in the state and the southeast. This is the outcome of a visit by the delegation of the Institute to the corporate headquarters of Signature TV at the Raymond Dokwesi Broadcasting House, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU. Correspondent Ugone Walu was there.
The Institute of Maritime Studies of the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, was established in 2014 when the former governor of ENUGU State, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, was the chairman of the House Committee on Maritime. The institute has recorded modest growth since it came into being under various directors until the recent emergence of Professor Florence Orabueze as the recent director. Orabueze, who led a delegation of the institute to Signature TV, spoke of her intention to introduce new courses and programs as well as doctorate degree programs on maritime studies in the university. She therefore solicited the cooperation of Signature TV in growing the institute and boosting the blue economy in the country.
We are now trying to expand the scope and introducing new programs in terms of certification courses, programs in terms of new courses, and introducing also new programs to have a kind of omnibus that any graduates of many of our faculties, so we are at it. And also extending it to having a doctorate degree, because we found that people that graduated, they are already married, so we have to help them, open the way for them.
Professor Orabueze also announced the forthcoming international conference of the Institute, billed for the 26th and 27th of February at the Conference Center of the Faculty of Law, ENUGU campus of the University of Nigeria.
The theme is navigating the future, anchoring sustainability while bridging the gap between economic growth and marine preservation.
The importance of linkage between the citadels of learning and the industries in driving growth and development. It is therefore expected that the collaboration between the Signature TV, the Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Signature TV, Barikumo Ado, commended the passion and dedication of the new leadership of the Institute to ensure the development of the maritime industry, which he described as truly inspiring. He, however, urged the Institute to ensure that the proposed conference and other activities of the Institute are designed to create impact on the lives of the students and the wider society beyond delivering of academic papers.
He is someone who's ready to sacrifice for common good. That's the only reason why we are here at Signature TV. We are here not because we're just another media house, but as a story we keep telling. And the only way to let people know who you are is to tell your own story. If somebody will tell your story, they will never understand it from your position because they don't know where the shoe pinches. I'll tell you better. From September to now, we have shown what you can do with the resources given to you. And for us, Southeast, not just a region, these are people with more than 80 million stories to tell.
The visit by the Institute underscores the importance of linkage between the citadels of learning and the industries in driving growth and development. It is therefore expected that the collaboration between the Signature TV and the Institute of Maritime Studies will create greater awareness and promote maritime activities, support research, and contribute to the growth of the maritime industry in Nigeria. In ENUGU, Ugone Walu reporting for Signature TV.
Still to come, U.S. Defense Secretary arrives in Brussels for European tour. Intense rains cause floods, kill over 20 people in Bolivia. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. A U.S. judge kept his block on President Donald Trump's buyout plan for federal employees in place on Monday while he considers whether to impose it for a longer period of time. The decision by U.S. District Judge George O'Toole in Boston prevents Trump's administration from implementing the buyout plan for now, giving a temporary victory to labor unions that have sued to stop it entirely. More than 2 million federal civilian workers or civilian employees had placed or faced a midnight deadline to accept the proposal. It is unclear when O'Toole will rule on the request by the unions. Union representatives such as Linda Watt-Smith, who is president of the American Federation of Government Employees, Local 1224, and a nurse at a veteran hospital, says the uncertainty of the buyout plan is taking a toll on federal workers. Sherry Smith, a Department of Education attorney and president of the AFGE local chapter in Dallas, Texas, says she believes the buyout plan is part of an effort by the new Trump administration to shut down the agency, which is unpopular with conservatives, including President Trump.
Together, we're going to make sure that Musk and Trump don't win. The people, the power belongs to the people. People's power will prevail.
I got elected on making government better, more efficient, and smaller. And that's what we're doing.
It went out to all federal employees, including the VA. So, you know, we take care of veterans, right? We have doctors, nurses. I'm a nurse. And so getting that email, we did have employees that were ready to just take it and go because of the uncertainty, and they're afraid. But then, as you know now, they've been exempt, so those offers have been pulled back. So here it's like chaos, confusion. Veterans don't know what's going on. The employees don't know, and the union don't know.
The buyout effort is part of a far-reaching plan by Trump and his allies to reduce the size and rein in on the actions of the federal bureaucracy. Trump, who returned to the presidency on January 20, has accused the federal workforce of undercutting his agenda during his first term in office from 2017 to 2021. Unions have urged their members not to accept the buyout offer, saying Trump's administration cannot be trusted to honor it, but about 65,000 federal employees had signed up for the buyout as of Friday, according to a White House official. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth arrived in Brussels on Tuesday as part of a week-long trip to Germany, Belgium, and Poland. According to the Defense Secretary, Hegseth seeks to strengthen deterrence support for war fighters and advancing national security interests. During his visit, Hegseth is set to attend a NATO defense ministers meeting in Brussels, where defense spending is expected to be a key focus. New York City Mayor proclaimed in a webcast from City Hall on Tuesday that he never broke the law.
As my fellow New Yorkers, as you may have heard, the Department of Justice has directed that the case against me be dismissed, finally ending a months-long saga that put me, my family, and this city through an unnecessary ordeal. As I said from the outset, I never broke the law, and I never would. I would never put any personal benefit above my solemn responsibility as your mayor. So let me be clear. I never ask anyone to break the law on my behalf or on behalf of my campaign. Never. And I absolutely never traded my power as an elected official for any personal benefit. No witness ever came forward publicly to make claims against me. None of the baseless threats from prosecutors of new charges and new evidence ever materialized. And this case will no longer continue.
The Justice Department on Monday directed federal prosecutors in New York to drop corruption charges against Adams, asserting that the case was impeding his ability to aid President Donald Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration. In a memo to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan, Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove wrote that the decision had nothing to do with the merits of the case and that the Justice Department was not questioning the integrity of the prosecutors who brought it. Instead, he wrote that the September 2024 indictment brought by federal prosecutors during former President Joe Biden's term interfered with Adams's 2025 mayoral re-election campaign, and that the case was distracted Adams from supporting the federal government on immigration. Trump, a Republican, has made stemming the flow of illegal immigration and stepping up deportations to counterpieces of his second term in the White House. The directive amounted to an extraordinary intervention by Justice Department officials in a high-profile criminal matter brought by prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, an office that has traditionally fiercely guarded its independence from political appointees in Washington, D.C. Adams, a Democrat since September, was hit with a 5-count indictment charging him with accepting travel perks with Turkish officials and political donations from foreigners in exchange for taking actions to benefit Turkey. He pleaded not guilty. President Donald Trump's administration is not sending U.S. troops into Ukraine, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says on Tuesday. Speaking with reporters in Germany, Hegseth also said that he would push European allies to spend more on the defense when he meets with them this week. Hegseth also said he was working with Congress to increase overall U.S. defense spending and play down concerns over a pending audit by Elon Musk aimed at finding billions of dollars in waste at the Pentagon. Hegseth, during his first trip overseas, said that he had already been in touch with Musk and expressed confidence to find.
The European continent deserves to be free from any aggression, but it ought be those in the neighborhood investing the most in that collective, individual and collective defense. That's common sense, as the president talks a lot about. Common sense is you defend your neighborhood and the Americans will come alongside you in helping in that defense. If and when that happens, and I believe it will, because of President Trump, most NATO countries are already close to 2%. We believe that needs to be higher. The president has said 5%. I think he's right. So the president is committed, as he was in the first term, to rebuilding America's military by investing. And you're going to see that in the conversations on Capitol Hill. We've already been intimately involved with the folks on HASC and SASC and the appropriations, talking about the capabilities we're going to need, not just next year and the year after that or for the next 4 years, but for power projection going forward. And then the reforms needed to make sure that every dollar goes further. Now, at a minimum, we should not go below 3%. That's a view I know the president shares. But as far as going forward in that, those are decisions he will make based on my consultations with him. We are not sending U.S. troops to Ukraine.
The 25% tariff on steel and aluminum imports from Mexico imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump is not justified because the U.S. runs a steel and aluminum trade surplus with Mexico, Mexican Economy Minister Marcelo Ebrard said on Tuesday. Ebrard pointed to a graph sourced to U.S. Census Bureau data showing Mexican steel product exports to the U.S. falling since 2022, while Mexico's imports of U.S. steel grew in the same period, according to the data. Trump on Monday raised tariffs on steel and aluminum imports to a flat 25% without exceptions or exemptions, in a move he hopes will aid the struggling industries in the United States, but which also risks sparking a multi-front trade war. Nearly a quarter of all steel used in the U.S. is imported, and Mexico is among its largest suppliers, along with Canada and Brazil. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance met Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Paris on Tuesday. Vance and Modi met on sidelines of a summit on artificial intelligence taking place in the French capital. Previously labeled by Trump a very big abuser on trade, India has long been keen to emphasize its readiness to open its economy, a message Modi will underline during his 2-day visit to the United States this week. India is considering tariff cuts in at least a dozen sectors, from electronics to medical and surgical equipment and chemicals, to boost U.S. exports in line with the New Delhi's domestic production plans, government officials say. Modi may also propose increase U.S. energy and defense imports. And as the news is hour, many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. Join me in another few minutes for the morning show. You stay with us. Every day we speak of insecurity in this country, and every now and then we point towards, security agencies, we point towards budgets for security, we point towards even the people who are supposed to be secured. Sometimes we don't really point towards the agents themselves. I'm talking about the security agencies themselves, whether they are police, they are army, or even the paramilitary. I'm just thinking to myself, how on earth are we talking about insecurity when the police haven't been able to account for more than 175,000 missing guns? It is unbelievable. Maybe we should start looking at places that are places like this, because I mean, if the IGP cannot account for 175,000 missing guns, then we are in deep trouble. Welcome everybody. This is the morning show. I'm Charles Pies. We'll go straight to the headlines on our dailies this morning. We'll begin on the Punch news right below the mast. Telcos tariff hike. Reps demand reversal as new pricing begins. Lawmakers demand improvement in telecom services. MTN others raise data tariff. How is that impacting you? I saw someone who had a photo of the new tariffs, and so many persons say it was more than 100% a hike. So if you say it's 50%, how come it is 100%? Playtime. INEC strategizes to tackle vote buying during Anambra governorship polls. Senate grills IG over 178,000 459 missing guns, alleged contract splitting. Tension as police occupy Osun local government secretariats over chairman's tenure. Makinde APC trade words over UCH crisis. Over now to the Nation newspaper this morning. Right above the mast, Emirates Air Peace sign pact to link 13 Nigerian cities. Emirates Air Peace sign pact to link 13 Nigerian cities. Payment of new fee on ATM card use begins March 1st. MTN tariffs up by 50%. Payment of new fee on ATM card use begins March 1st. Federal government secures 100% stake in Keystone Bank. Dangote refinery slashes diesel ex-depot price to 1,020 naira per litre. 2027, Ganduje fires back at El-Rufai for attacking Tinubu, with the rider APC chairman urges North to wait till 2031. 32.8 billion naira giving us loans to 169,000 students. With the rider, Information Minister Idris lists Tinubu's achievements, ministers to present scorecards. All the details you can find on The Nation. Lagos ends working from home arrangements for civil servants. Okay, it's interesting. We're moving now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. Federal government suspends 4% levy on imports. OIC meets over Trump's plan for U.S. takeover of Gaza. Reps to begin debate on tax reform bills today. Abductors of APC National Director demands 350 million naira ransom, with a rider as Jan Sigar remains in captivity 1 week after. Nigeria gains point as Transparency International ranks country 36th most corrupt country. Reports shows Tinubu's government making progress his presidency. Federal government to crash food prices through investments. Minister. Federal government to crash food prices through investments, says Minister. MTN begins 50% hike implementation as lawmakers call for suspension. Tinubu will seek re-election. North must wait till 2031, says Ganduje. Now on the Guardian newspaper, 67% of Nigerian secondary school aids exams malpractices. 67% of Nigerian primary and secondary schools aid exams malpractices. Police face Senate scrutiny over 3,907 missing assault rifles. NWC kicks as Abia PDP suspends Wabara for endorsing Oti's re-election. Below the masts, ATM withdrawal fee. CBN bets on breaking POS monopoly, improving banks' cash operations. 2027, El-Rufai warns of APC implosion as Ganduje, Boala, others differ. Valentine's Day, NACA urges Nigerians to shun risky behavior. And by risky behavior, it means do not move from one place to another seeking love on that day. I mean, it will mean like if you must find love, I'm sure that by now you should have found love. Not on that day you start looking for love. Whatever it is. But again, NACA is saying Nigerians must shun risky behavior. One partner, is it practice ABC, abstinence, be faithful, and the use of condom. Very important. 300 die in tanker fire in 4 months, says federal government. 300 die in tanker fire in 4 months, says federal government. New tariff regime begins as telcos implement 50% hike on calls and data. Motekun raises alarm over influx of strangers in Ondo forests, reserves, border communities. All the details on The Guardian. Over now to the Daily Times newspaper. Halt telecom tariffs hike, reps tell federal government. CBN raises ATM withdrawal charges to 500 naira and free transactions. Defection. PDP loses another lawmaker to APC. All the details on the Daily Times. Still on the Daily Times. NIN requirements to access social services palliative, says SGF. FCT Security, Police, Military, DSS set up committee over Almajiri influx. Bauchi government laments food insecurity woos Portuguese investors. NSA promises refined security strategies ahead of Anambra Guba. All the details on the Daily Times. Now to the blueprints. INEC to security agencies replicate the Ondo feat in Anambra FCT other polls. Ganduje to Northerners, drop your 2027 ambition for Tinubu's second term, with the writer says renewed hope agenda working. Northern Youth Forum promises 5 million votes. CBN scraps free ATM withdrawals for other banks' customers. With Nigeria now Africa's investments destination, 2025 year of consolidation, says the federal government. With the writer, disburses 32.8 billion naira NEL fund loan to 169,000 students. Troops eliminate 8,000 terrorists, recover 10,000 weapons. Anambra CP assures justice for 3 kids murdered, dumped in refrigerator. Exchange rates narrows to 50 naira as naira rises to 1,500 naira to a dollar. NWC voids suspension of PDP BOT chair. Wabara. Rebs query NIS 10-year unaudited report. Senate shocked at 3,907 missing police rifles. On the Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning, Customs suspends implementation of 4% FOB levy. Reps want immediate halt to propose hike in telecoms tariffs. Nigerians to pay more with withdrawals as CBN increases ATM transactions fee. Still on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, perish thoughts of 2027 presidency. Ganduje tells northern politicians, says Tinubu will serve 2 terms. Nigeria ranked 36th most corrupt country globally in 2024. I won't go on exile despite plans to arrest and detain me, says El-Wafai. NAFDAC seals Idumota, Ariara, Onisha drug markets. Federal government committed to reducing food prices through agricultural investment, says Information Minister. Police lost 178,459 firearms as of 2018. Auditor General's reports show. It's an interesting development, really. The best place to leave it, in our headlines, maybe the best place to kickstart the review this morning. Chris Monica joins us. Good morning, good to have you.
Good morning, Charles.
How do you do?
And good morning, the world. I'm doing well, and I can do better by the grace of God.
So the police is answering questions about the loss of 178,000 firearms right under their custody. I mean, you look at insecurity and then you want to look at places, like these areas. I mean, what happens? How would you lose 178,000 assault rifles and then we're screaming about insecurity in our country?
The police and the loss of almost 2,000 assault rifles. 1,300 and what? Is it 3,000?
That's like they did it yearly, but cumulatively it's 178 as of 2018. 178,000.
And the police know where the rifles are. Nigerians know what happened to the police and their rifles, because police are Nigerian police. Their name is Nigerian Police Force, NPF. They are Nigerian police serving Nigeria in an era of insecurity. And they find it may be that the terrorists, the bad ones, find that the police is a low-hanging fruit, a source of their arms. For us to be losing that quantity, and we're just hearing about it now. So what are we talking about? When we're talking about assault rifle, we're talking about AK-47, very sophisticated weapon. Most of these terrorists, with one AK-47, they can rule over a city like ENUGU. Just one. And then check the number that is missing. My surprise is that we are in February 2024, 2025. That's when we are coming out with this report that this is the quantity of assault rifles that are. I'm not blaming police for anything. There are people who have devoted themselves to going to police as source target. And let me assure you that some of our Nigerian army boys, the gallant boys, who are in the front line fighting, that when they are down, these terrorists ambush them, in some cases overpower them for benefit of propaganda and all that. Nobody reports that, but we know we are also bleeding. It's almost like full war. Those weapons that those gallant boys who fall or fell in the front lines are also in the hands of the terrorists. And so probably we are not talked about the one lost by, direct or indirectly, by the Nigerian army, the Nigerian customs, they bear arms, DSS bear arms, Nigerian Navy and all the security agencies, the ones that bear arms. And Nigeria has made it like, it's already, some of them have begun to use, there's some, I don't know the name they call that one. You see some sophisticated weapon that these boys wear. That's cool. Now, this quantity to be in the hands of terror and people against us is a very dangerous situation. Let's talk about these people who are the good ones fighting in the front line and they lose their life, probably lose the weapon and it's falls in the hands of. What of those that we have learned that connive and supply their weapons? Some people hire their weapons. There have been cases where criminals were caught and they said that they start pointing at security agencies or a security man who is armed with Nigerian taxpayers' money. Probably uniform subsidized to a great extent, the boot he wears, everything. And some allowances paid to him by our taxpayers' money. We use the same weapon as his asset, national cake. We're renting it to the bad ones to fight his back up. Nigeria is a place where you hear so many stories, and bet you some of those stories are no smoke without fire. So there's nothing you hear in Nigeria you pretend and say, no, you wave it off. Don't pretend you don't hear anything in Nigeria. Just recently, there's a viral video going on that the people who are the armed robbers are condemned criminals inside prisons. It's going around. Have anybody defended that one? Has the Nigerian Correctional Center defended that condemned criminals in death rows are released at night to go into Nigerian street and they return in the daytime to the prison? And somebody said, what if they find the operation so dangerous that they decided not to return and then go somewhere else to hide? Certain things you hear, you start feeling it's dizzying, and you say, am I okay? Something is wrong. But like the person says, it's not verified because it's not coming through the official quarter. But I cannot pretend I didn't hear it. Because if you pretend that you didn't hear it, you will only be dead by the time you prove it and you confirm it. So it calls for concern that number of assault weapons, which are mixed, could be from AK-49, also might be among. Then the AKs and all the sophisticated weapons in the hand of, it cannot be accounted for. Only by Nigerian police. What happens to the other one that cannot be accounted by other security forces? Meaning, we are clearly sitting on keg of gunpowder. And we're not expecting to get better. You can only, when it explodes again, it's like, hey, it has happened again, and we're counting numbers. And those who write beautiful speeches for Nigerians who are in high position of authority, who have invested with our life, the speeches, and they just dust it and customize it. If it happened in ENUGU, they will just customize that speech to fit. They're not writing fresh speech because they also predicted what will happen. With this number of weapons in the hands of people who cannot account for, the speech writers for the governors, the presidents, and all the ministers, IGPs, when they write all those condolence messages, They don't have big job. It's just to be running it around.
The problem is that I'm even shocked at how these rifles get missing. Is it that the police sometimes go out with it and they don't return with
If
their
you
guns?
attacked because you are in the front line, or some people ambush you and they take your weapon, that one is understandable.
Yeah,
We know.
but
But the way I'm talking about different sources, if you begin to analyze it and you even call the police themselves, they will start telling you different sources. But the ones we have said that warriors is the ones who deliberately hire these weapons out or sell them off,
Yes.
and then cook up stories. Anything can happen. Well, good luck.
So there's a possibility that even the police themselves sometimes give away these rifles.
Now, we have had stories like that.
To non-state actors.
We have had stories like that, but it's only them that will confirm. Because if you talk about it, like nobody's against the police is your friend. We have accepted it over the years. But with this number of weapons, when they are being attacked, I was also sat here to say, let Nigerians help Nigerian police because they are human beings. They need to be protected. They need to be empowered to be able to face, because terror and insecurity in Nigeria has taken another dimension. So we look at balancing it. When you in the line of duty that's legitimate and something happens and we can prove it, we give it up to it. But the ones that deliberately, because of corrupt mind, give out weapon, that's the highest betrayal of trust anybody can give. So you put all of them together, that's amount to that number of weapons missing. Both the one that is rightly missing, when I mean rightly, from maybe all those kind of, in the line of duty, the occasions that they cannot account for comes and they are overpowered. It has happened, we know. And we pity and our soul go out with them. But we are worried. And we sit to pray for those who saw power, as the Bible said, while the men were asleep. Those agents of darkness working in our security forces that have, crippled into it and doing their business with these weapons. May God of creation visit them. Because whatever they sow, they will reap. When you do this, there's nothing you will do to a man who has visited your house with a bicycle that when he's going back, he will not give you the backside. So what are you going to do to these people? They just collect money, blood money. If it happened in line of duty, something happened, we have talked about it, but then we are talking about all of them together because we are reviewing the story.
Yeah, Anambra poll is in November, and INEC is strategizing on how to tackle vote buying. I mean, vote buying become a bane of our elections because of hunger, largely.
The story of a woman is a Agnes Ngwam Areyuma. That means Agnes Ngwam you don't like. So, at the election, INEC did not plan about vote buying, and votes were bought, and the election were rigged, and they're still in court. Even in the panel, they have transferred the panel sitting from Benin to Abuja because of guns, exchange of gunfire at the panel sitting. The SOTA. It's so wild wind. You are reaping hell. You didn't plan to stop vote buying. When the election was about to start, we were here crying about vote buying. We saw it. We told them that INEC didn't say anything. There were elections fixed for Ondo. INEC did not bant about vote buying. And there were elections in Kwara and some other places, both local government and all. INEC did not. There were even elections in ENUGU. They did local government election in Anambra and all that. Where votes were not just bought. They were dashed. They were given as token. When you're a customer, you buy something, they give you a token card you can use to buy something. Votes were tokenly given, not just buy. So Anambra is here. Why won't INEC go and just hide themselves in shame? If you ask me that I have confidence in what INEC can do until I see it. All these ones are political talk. And you don't tell people, you don't deceive people all the time. You can deceive them once, but you get to a point they say, oh boy, what you sabi we sabi. When it comes to INEC, I don't take whatever they're talking about Anambra elections serious.
Why?
Because vote buying will still take place. INEC will do anything. Is INEC supposed to catch vote buyers? Is it their job?
But they can do collaborations. They can collaborate with security.
So let the people who their job catch vote buyers take the lead. Let INEC partner. INEC is left what you should do. Organize a good election. You go for vote buying and you're telling Nigerians that. That's why I'm saying the priority is not. They're just saying it to think they're saying anything Nigerians were buying. I won't buy into it. And INEC has disappointed Nigerians. 1, 2, 3, 5. They keep disappointing. So let them keep quiet. If they cannot stop vote buying, let them keep quiet and go and mess the elections up the usual way they normally do it. Let them keep quiet. Let's talk about better things. Don't tell me INEC is planning vote buying. And why Anambra? You cannot stop vote buying, Edo. Have you stopped what they are killing themselves going to panels? This at the time you want to stop in Anambra. Anambra is where buy vote. They didn't buy vote in Lagos. They didn't buy in Kwara. They didn't buy. I don't have any business with if you can stop it. But I'm saying you have said it several times. INEC things you do, you didn't do. So what's the essence of coming back to talk? You begin to say action. Now somebody, they say one of our brothers, they say make something happen to you. He said make it happen until you see. And it was supposed to be a negative thing. But they told him in a local language he doesn't understand. They told him Otolobagi. He'll say until I see it. And you don't even know what Otolobagi means. But it was like a bad omen. But because you don't understand the language, you say until I see. So vote buying. INEC want to stop vote buying. INEC want to stop rigging. INEC want to stop pulling, what they call it, box carrying and snatching. INEC want to stop changing of figures, which they have been fingered so much. Let them start doing it now and stop talking. Like Tony, the Scarface of Tony Montana, he said, they say if you want to shoot, you shoot and stop talking. INEC shoot and stop talking because you have talked for too long and Nigerians can't say it in any way. So I don't want to talk about INEC and what their vote buying system. They say can as well buy all the vote and share it so that nobody will see it to buy. That may be another process. Gandhi fires back at El-Rufai for attacking Tinubu. The chairman of APC, my dear friend, because of 2027.
Of course.
2027 has already been reserved for our dear president for second coming. Every northerner, nothing every ambition, keep quiet. That is coming from Gandhi. The man Ganduje. It's wonderful. And who are they talking about? El-Rufai. They fired back at El-Rufai attacking. And then they told the Northerners, good things. In my father told me a story of during the old days that they do go into community wars. During those days, those founding fathers of those days, that's my village one time had a big battle to fight with a village nearby, and they went and consulted the juju man. And said, the juju man, what can we do? The man gave his conditions. But say he would do one juju when, say, Ozo, Zulu Chigas, when he throw the egg will break. And then the fight will turn back. So the fighters will start fighting themselves. So in Nigeria political system, this is the season of Ozo Zulu Chigas. Because for Gandhi and El-Rufai and Amechi and not to be in trade tackling of West and all, I think if it is not for our good, it's going to be for our doom. Two ways. Because if you are dealing with politicians, deal with them with long spoon. Because all this thing might be to get you to think that anything is happening. Before you know it, another newspaper will report that El-Rufai has paid Gandhi visit at night, and they settle down laughing and hugging and exchanging pleasantries. You that is coming here to talk and say anything, you will start eating your words. So let the deads bury their own deads and let Nigeria go on. Because we don't even depend on politicians to save Nigeria. We are on our own. Only God of all creation has kept us where we are. Nothing coming from all these people beyond when it is convenient for them to get together, get corrupt, take our Nigerian money and snatch it away. When they have some little squabbles, that's how we know. All the time. Why didn't we hear? It's 2027 that has started coming, and they begin to come in the open to say some things against what has happened beyond. Was it now? So leave matter for Ganduji and the Hellfire as it fires back to the north and the Hellfire. And meanwhile, Hellfire is not the sole politician that is representing the north. We're going to hear other ones who are to reply, because the reply will still come and we'll still hear it. 32.8 billion given as loan to 169,000 students. My own is, we have students in Southeast. I've not had anyone who received this. Was this loan selectively given?
No,
let the people who were given come out. I mean,
we have seen news item where students were giving.
Where?
UNN.
In UNN.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Because it's like you go to church. It says there's a pastor who does miracle. Of when you come there with you will hear pastor, somebody came here on wheelchair and now they carry the wheelchair over and the man is jumping. I want to see if you can get those students, we give them voice. They say I received the loan, then kudos, because it will happen to when we had of the amount of Nigerian money used to feed people in the past during Buhari's era, and we come and have you ever gotten anything? Have you ever gotten free meal? Those children, it was like it was selectively, some people were selectively fed with our money and the figure was high. My worry is not these good things, let it go round. So if there are people, we have how many universities in Southeast Nigeria? You only mentioned University of Nigeria and Nsukka. Fine, if it's selectively done, just as quota system, we always used to, when you want to create states, every region must get it. So when you want to give loan, let every region get it. If anything good you want to share in Nigeria, let every region get it. And get it in the right proportion of equity and equality. That's only my own. And if they do it, and I have evidence of it, I will say kudos to the people who will do it, or to the Nigerian government or establishment. That's all.
Right. Nigeria gains points as Transparency International ranks country as 36.
I'm surprised that we are not moving fast. By now, with what I think of our country, we shouldn't be at 36 most. I mean, we're still very backward. Why should Nigeria be competing with Transparency International and then Nigerian national FIFA? We're at the same position.
36
in FIFA.
Corrupt. I mean, is it not an improvement? We used to be, 15th.
I said, why are we losing points? We're losing points. We're supposed to gain and move on to fourth position. Fourth position. Why should... there was a report of the president of Nigeria being... There's some, I don't know, sometime what position they say he was, and it wasn't positive. Now, if the president can be in that, why should the country still lag back and 36? The country should be going where the president should be. If president is in the third position, Nigeria should be third. So I'm not too impressed. Nigeria should get more points. We'll move forward to fifth position. And hey, that's why it because we Nigeria know they lag behind now. Why should we be at 36th position in most? They should not mess us up. I think they're beginning to marginalize Nigeria in this area. Transparency International, you are marginalizing Nigeria. Our point should be more than this. We should be at the fourth position of most corrupt country in the world. And until you do that, I'll begin to become suspect that you don't want us to progress. Why should we? With all these things we are doing, with all the number of guns in the hands of with nobody who cares for what? That is hike. The National Assembly said, stop hike in telecom. They've gone ahead they'll start hike. So who speaks? the boy who was sent to steal by his father, has entered the house and start breaking all the doors with his leg, and you want to stop him? If NAS did not prove their mettle on this, then they will go back to remind me that they are just an appendage. This is NAS that when they have spoken. So when National Assembly of Nigeria combined with the red chamber and the green chamber spoke, the telecom still went ahead. Something is wrong. Now the idea is, who decides what happened in Nigeria? These people, if you don't watch them, they will begin to lose your powers as a National Assembly who make laws and determine. You have given orders that they should stop. National Assembly, distinguished senators, and the telecom operators. So you see Nigeria. By them, and this is not the first time they said it. They've said this since the last week, middle of last week. National Assemblies, stop this hike, stop implementing it. But they've gone ahead to implement it. Somebody is behind them. And if National Assembly lose this battle,
I just feel it's just a small screen. They just needed to say something so that it will look like they are doing something. Because, I mean, this hike has been on for a while. There has been even meetings upon meetings about whether the hike should be 50% or 30%. Even Labour Union had a meeting.
You're not thinking what I'm thinking.
So it's just one
you are
of
not.
those
No. Our National Assembly is not small screen. We have distinguished senators, and we have honorable members of the Federal House of Reps, all joined together. 109, and then you come to that one, 345. You put them together, they say something, and you say it's small screen.
I mean, why didn't they say it all along? Because this has been on for a while. Why didn't they say it all
They are
along?
They are so busy with making laws in the National Assembly, and their phones, they've not gotten the alert on their phone that because, of course, it's someone like you that will load 100 naira to make a call. So when they take 16 naira from it in one call, you will notice. But if you are a distinguished senator who has unlimited bundle of data and calls, you hardly know that there's... So you need to go to your constituency. And you can't go because there's security. So you're in Abuja. So you didn't even know that your constituency, their constituents are suffering hike. So it is when they got to know that they begin to talk about it. I am defending our honorable and distinguished senators. So don't bring what is not small screen. It's only until I see with my eye. Let them fail this battle. And they will come back to the villages as honorable members. We welcome them and make them and give them new chieftaincy titles of the hikers. They may be in my village, or so of your hiker one of my village. That is it, because they are hikers. If they allow this hike to take place with their population, and they've been saying this night the telecom people cannot remove even 1% from what they were like talking to do, that then we decide what happened in Nigeria. That's the battle.
Chris, we have to go.
We have to see CBN bets on breaking POS monopoly. I don't know. I don't understand what this 500. I hope this 500 naira is that when you go to ATM, you will draw 1,000 naira there. You need to explain this to me, because Nigeria, you won't know anything until you start feeling it. You start crying. By then it's late. What is CBN up to? I see this graphics distribution in Guardian newspaper. Withdraw 20,000, pay 100 naira charges. Yeah. That's ATM. On the POS, withdraw 20,000, pay 400 naira.
Yes.
Is it that POS is taking over what the bank are doing, and they are now fighting?
Apparently, they are trying to break that POS monopoly. And if you are to withdraw monies from malls, ATM that are in malls, then you are going to pay charges for 500 naira. I wonder why. But again, I mean, we are in the era of tariffs. I mean, if there's anything we would remember this government for, we would remember it at least for the kinds of taxes and tariffs that is.
But the tariff is not in the party in power. APC is all progressive. What is the full meaning of APC?
I think it has changed.
No. What is the full meaning original? Why are you changing it now? You are not a member of that party. You don't have power to change.
I think there's a T somewhere.
They added T, APC T. But that's party in power, and God bless Nigeria. Well, if it's area of hiking, you hike to a point, you hike yourself to a halt. There's nothing you can do about it. It's only when you can. All this one we're talking because if you hike and then the population reduces, people are finding alternative. Yeah. After all, it's the bank that's fighting for their survival now. When we were there, when there was scarcity, POS took over their bank. Then I went to CBN to get to force people to start using ATM. You walk in all the ATM, people don't go there to withdraw money because POS is everywhere. In every street, a street of what they call it, 30 meters, you find 20 POS. And some of them are very prices, regular. Some will tell you, withdraw 10,000, I'll give you 150 naira. Withdraw, they now regulate the market. So the banks are now in trouble. They sold the tar, so they should repeat. When they were selling the money, when the banks were selling money to POS, because most of them have POS operators near the banks.
Absolutely.
You see, Nigeria, whatever you sow, you reap. Now here we did, Nigeria. God bless all of us.
All right, let's leave it there. The Oracle. Chris Madaka, many thanks for your
Thank you, Charles.
Today. Truly appreciate it. We're back after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Discharge my duties. I will discharge my duties. Discharge my duties. I will discharge my duties. To the best of my ability. To the best of my ability.
The promise of a more inclusive development became more realistic on Tuesday as the federal government inaugurated the Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions. The Minister of Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, who performed the inauguration ceremony, charged the board members to spearhead development in infrastructure, agriculture, security, and foster regional cooperation in their respective zones. The minister said the people deserve the best of development, expressing to see greater development brought closer to the grassroots. He advised the commissions to come up with master plans for development in their zones and partner with the state government and security agencies to promote security in the region.
We have just witnessed the swearing-in of members of the two new regional commissions, the Southeast and Northwest Development Commission, bringing to fore the journey towards complementing the efforts of other government agencies in bringing development closer to the grassroots. This occasion marks a critical milestone in our collective commitment to fostering balanced, sustainable and inclusive development across all regions of our great nation. The establishment of these commissions is a proof of the federal government's dedication to addressing regional disparities, promoting economic growth, and improving the quality of life for our citizens.
These commissions are designed to foster balanced growth, bridge disparities, and ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of location, enjoys the dividends of democracy. From roads and bridges to smart agriculture, food security, and clean energy, These commissions will spearhead critical infrastructure projects that catalyze economic growth and uplift the quality of life of our people.
The chairmen of the Senate committees on Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions promised effective oversight of the new commissions to enable them deliver on their mandates. In his remarks, Chairman Governing Board of Southeast Development Commissions, Emeka ENUGU, and his Northwest counterpart, Lawal Samaila Abdullahi, promised to develop a roadmap to bring development to their respective regions. Also speaking, managing directors of Northwest and Southeast Development Commissions appreciated the President for signing the bill into law and promised to address challenges in their respective regions.
Our agency's mandate is clear: to promote economic growth and development, improve infrastructure, and enhance quality of life of our citizens.
The creation of this organization and putting its leadership together is a testament to his style of leadership, and we can only leverage this platform to pay him back with results, impact, and ensuring that we judiciously use the resources being bestowed upon us.
Deputy Governor of Anambra State, Onyeka Ibezim, who was at the ceremony, said the coming of the Regional Development Commissions marks a shift towards greater grassroots development. Shortly after the inauguration, a reception was organized to celebrate the new leadership of the Southeast Development Commission. In attendance were friends, family, top politicians from the Southeast region, top government officials, among others. In a speech, Chairman Southeast Development Commission, Emeka ENUGU, said the commission was poised to bring needed development and will not disappoint the people of the region.
I want to reassure you that we are going to be committed to our assignment in the commission. We are going to add something that was not there in the 60s. Integrated rail line, fiber optics for communication, artificial intelligence, robotics, and everything. That is the only difference, and gas pipeline that will connect the whole of the Southeast. If it is possible, we are going to give you a ring road connecting all the states of the Southeast. We are going to work with the 5 governors of the Southeast. We are going to work with members of the National Assembly. We are going to work for the people of the Southeast. We are not going to disappoint you.
He was in APC, standing strong and working very hard. So I'm appreciative of the fact that he's remembered, and I know he's going to do the best. I want to thank the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for making this a reality.
The board has a tenure of 4 years in office, which can be renewed by the president. In Abuja, Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We or international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Yeah, there is no way you totally eliminate alcohol in the society like Nigeria, you understand? So the alcohol cooperative, I don't really know, but there are things that, why would they even put, the Nigeria inflation is not in a balance that somebody will just go to bed without alcohol. You got me right. You will not sleep well. You won't sleep well. Are you with me? Some of us these days, if our eyes are not dirty, we cannot sleep. But based on the situation we are facing today, like me in person, if I should go to my bed without the content of small alcohol, I cannot sleep. You got me right. I don't really know if when Nigeria fix our situation, we would divert from alcohol and be eating our food.
Cancer is not minor disease that someone can take for granted. So having linked the alcohol, having linked to the cause of cancer and the rest of it, my advice to those taking alcohol would be that there should be a minimal intake of alcohol, not excessive. And for those that are addicted to it, there will be a kind of sensitization towards it, so that when someone is addicted to something, stopping it entirely will be very difficult. So when sensitization comes in, the sensitization will basically focus on minimizing it, the intake now. And it's also good to sensitize those that have not embarked on taking alcohol or that are not been addicted to taking alcohol. So all I can suggest is proper and thorough sensitization towards the effects or the consequences of alcohol, or taking alcohol, or too much of alcohol intake that regards or leading to the cancer problem. I think with that can minimize the rapid increase of cancer.
Normally alcohol is not that bad, but much of it is bad. So you have to, alcohol is good for the body in some certain circumstances, but don't take much of it. It's a risk though, but there are alcohol that is also nutrient, it's a nutrient to the body. For stress, sometimes you need it, though don't take much of it, that is all.
Honestly speaking, we have to see how we can incorporate, or should I say, have a lot of rehabilitation centers, and then also try to see how we can cancel all this ethanol, all this rubber drinks on the streets. Let's see how we can take them off the streets. It's affecting, and we should do it now. We shouldn't wait for any time. We should do it now.
It has caused a lot of harm than good. So some people will say that they are taking it because of the situation, they find themselves, and maybe the environment, they're not conducive enough, people due to loss of job and all that, and some other frustrated issues. But the truth is that alcohol has never been a remedy to any issue. Yeah. And also, once you continue taking alcohol due to a problem, it increases it. It doesn't reduce it. So my response to it is that, in fact, it's better to mitigate the use of alcohol entirely. And once that happens, people will begin to find solution to their immediate problem other than running to a shop or a bar to get alcohol.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So Even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up to, when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, he would operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. They are quite close to these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You got me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that those old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
to the best of my ability.
The promise of a more inclusive development became more realistic on Tuesday as the federal government inaugurated the Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions. The Minister of Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, who performed the inauguration ceremony, charged the board members to spearhead development in infrastructure, agriculture, security, and foster regional cooperation in their respective zones. The minister said the people deserve the best of development, expressing to see greater development brought closer to the grassroots. He advised the commissions to come up with master plans for development in their zones and partner with the state government and security agencies to promote security in the region.
We have just witnessed the swearing-in of members of the two new regional commissions, the Southeast and Northwest Development Commission, bringing to fore the journey towards complementing the efforts of other government agencies in bringing development closer to the grassroots. This occasion marks a critical milestone in our collective commitment to fostering balanced, sustainable, and inclusive development across all regions of our great nation. The establishment of these commissions is a proof of the federal government's dedication to addressing regional disparities, promoting economic growth, and improving the quality of life for our citizens.
These commissions are designed to foster balanced growth, bridge disparities, and ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of location, enjoys the dividends of democracy. From roads and bridges to smart agriculture, food security, and clean energy, these commissions will spearhead critical infrastructure projects that catalyze economic growth and uplift the quality of life of our people.
The chairmen of the Senate committees on Southeast and Northwest Development Commissions promised effective oversight of the new commissions to enable them deliver on their mandates. In his remarks, Chairman Governing Board of Southeast Development Commissions, Emeka ENUGU, and his Northwest counterpart, Lawal Samaila Abdullahi, promised to develop a roadmap to bring development to their respective regions. Also speaking, managing directors of Northwest and Southeast Development Commissions appreciated the president for signing the bill into law and promised to address challenges in their respective regions.
Our agency's mandate is clear: to promote economic growth and development, improve infrastructure, and enhance quality of life of our citizens.
The creation of this organization and putting its leadership together is a testament to his style of leadership, and we can only leverage this platform to pay him back with results, impact, and ensuring that we judiciously use the resources being bestowed upon us.
Deputy Governor of Anambra State, Onyeka Ibezim, who was at the ceremony, said the coming of the Regional Development Commissions marks a shift towards greater grassroots development. Shortly after the inauguration, a reception was organized to celebrate the new leadership of the Southeast Development Commission. In attendance were friends, family, top politicians from the Southeast region, top government officials, among others. In his speech, Chairman Southeast Development Commission, Emeka ENUGU, said the commission was poised to bring needed development and would not disappoint the people of the region.
I want to reassure you that we are going to be committed to our assignment in the commission. We are going to add something that was not there in the 60s. Integrated rail line, fiber optics for communication, artificial intelligence, robotics, and everything. That is the only difference, and gas pipeline that will connect the whole of the Southeast. If it is possible, we are going to give you a ring road connecting all the states of the Southeast.
We are going to work with the 5 governors of the Southeast. We are going to work with members of the National Assembly. We are going to work for the people of the Southeast. We are not going to disappoint you.
He was in APC, standing strong and working very hard. So I'm appreciative of the fact that he's remembered, and I know he's going to do the best. I want to thank the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for making this a reality.
The board has a tenure of 4 years in office, which can be renewed by the president. In Abuja, Nasir Usman for Signature TV.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as
a signature morning. So the Supreme Court recently gave a judgment in favor of the Amewule-led faction of the River State House of Assembly. As a matter of fact, so many persons are beginning to interpret that particular judgment, with many saying that now the Supreme Court has recognized Amewule as a true speaker of the River State House of Assembly. Is it true? Is it false? We have with us live on Zoom this morning Barrister Haya King. He's a legal mogul and a practitioner who would give us an insight into the developments. Good to have you. Good morning. Hello, good morning, Barrister. Haya King, can you hear me? You'd have to unmute your volume on your device. Unmute it if you can. Barrister Haya King, can you hear me? Okay, he's just joined us, but I can't hear anything from his end. Barrister, can you hear me? If you can, please just say a word. Okay, there has been some controversies regarding the Supreme Court judgments recently, where, of course, you know, the governor of River State went to the Supreme Court stating clearly about the 2024 budget. Apparently, because events have actually overtaken the issues, the governor had to withdraw that particular suit against the Speaker of the House of Assembly. Well, this time around it's alleged Speaker of the House of Assembly, because the status is not really clear right now. So the Supreme Court finally gave a judgment only, I think, a few days back, stating clearly that Amewule apparently is the true Speaker of the House of Assembly, but that so many interactions and so many interpretations as to whether Amewule is the Speaker. But some others are saying that the Supreme Court never really stated clearly that Amewule was a Speaker of the House of Assembly. As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court only made mention of the 2024 budget, that the 2024 budget was actually supposed to have been presented to the Amewule-led faction of the House of Assembly. And so we wanted to get some clarity as to that particular development. That's why we're having Haya King join us via Zoom this morning. Haya King, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay, Haya King, give us an overview of what exactly happened and how the news has been received in Rivers State.
Well, the truth is that a lot of people who does not understand the judgment thinks it's a victory. It's not a victory for the Amewule-led faction. You know, the former House member. It's not a victory. But in Port Harcourt, a lot of people think it's victory based on the way some of them were interpreting the ruling or the ruling, so to say, not a judgment. What happened was actually that in law, when you start a matter, first and foremost, let it be noted that the matter that was struck out has nothing to do with the tenure of whether they are House of Assembly or not. That matter is not part of it. What they withdrew, what Fubara withdrew, was a matter that has to do with the presentation of budget. That is what Fubara withdrew. And you will also recall that that budget was for 2024. And now we are in 2025. Fubara have spent that budget. So it's no longer fashionable. It's no longer legal. It's no longer good to continue litigating on something that the rest has been dissipated. The rest has been destroyed. The matter has been spent, so to say. So the matter having been spent, there was no need continuing with the matter. Whether Fubara withdraws that matter or not, that is Governor Fubara, whether he withdrew that matter or not, that matter will be struck out by the Supreme Court. That was why I frowned at the cost that was awarded against Fubara.
Fubara did not withdraw because he was afraid. He did not withdraw because he was about to be defeated. He did not withdraw because he sensed that something wrong will happen. No, he withdrew reluctantly. He withdrew because he fought his fight and was diligent in that prosecution by his lawyers. So he withdrew simply because it's now mere academic exercise. Falana was saying the same thing the other day. The Attorney General, Israel Dagogo, was also saying the same thing the other day, and I agree with them. But I do not agree with Falana to the extent that the cost was justified. The cost was not justified. Assuming we are still in 2024, will Fubara withdraw that matter? The answer is no. He will not withdraw that matter. So because we are now in 2025, that budget has been spent. He's now spending the budget of 2025. So why are you continuing? Why are you wasting the time of the court? Why are you wasting the time of your opponent? So I would have even justified the cost if Fubara had insisted on continuing with the matter. We have had matters like that, and we withdrew. There shouldn't be any cost because the time has overtaken the whole thing. You know, the time has overtaken the whole event. So there is no longer any case to continue with. That was what happened. But lay people or mischief makers, they begin to interpret that matter in a different way. Although I know that this is political matter for both of the political divide, they are all playing politics. They are not for the interest of the Rivers people or Nigerians. All of them, from councillor to the presidency, they are there just for themselves. That is what it is. Otherwise, if they are there for us, we wouldn't be the situation where we are today. So it's right. What the lawyers of Fubara, Governor Fubara did was right. The only area I quarrel is the cost. I quarrel with the cost by the court. The court shouldn't have awarded the cost because he withdrew it reluctantly. He withdrew it not because he felt defeated, not because he felt afraid, not because he's tired of pursuing the matter. So it's not his making. So why award cost against him? So there shouldn't be any cost against him. And the right thing to do actually was to dismiss it so that nobody will come back to litigate again. And again, no who will come back. Why are you coming back? This is 2024 issue. So it's like when you say in law, quid plantato, solo sedit. He who owns the land owns what is on top of the land, under the land, and you encourage somebody to build on your land. You went there when the person was building, you encouraged the person, and the person completed the building. You even gave the workers food, gave them drink. You come there, you stand and gist with them. You didn't tell them it's your land. And after they complete the house, you now say you want to come and take the house because quid plantato, solo sedit, who owns the land. You ask them who owns the land, owns what is under the land, above the land, and on the land. So you now want to take the land. The court will tell you no. You encourage the man to build on your land. So that act has been now completed. They cannot demolish the house. They cannot stop them from stop building the house because you were there until they completed the house. So this act has been completed. That's what I'm trying to say. The issue of 2024 budget is gone. They cannot bring it back to spend it again. So the right thing to do was actually to withdraw it. It has nothing to do with the tenor or otherwise or defection of the 27 lawmakers who have rightly defected and are no longer members of the Rivers State House of Assembly.
All right, that's the next question I was actually going to ask. I mean, what does this Supreme Court ruling mean? Does it mean that it confers legitimacy on the Amawele-led faction of the Assembly?
Not at all, not at all. Like I said, you know, these matters are in segments. These matters are in bits. There are different matters. There are several of these matters, you know. It does not have anything to do with their tenure. Their tenure, it does not affect their tenure. It does not say, it doesn't give them legitimacy. They are out, they remain out until further notice. So no, it doesn't affect their legitimacy in any way at all. It's simply the issue of presentation of budget, which some of us have a different issue, different thinking, different view as at last year, but today our view is also different. and I completely agree that that matter should be. I said it. If you watch me over the years, I told you, I said by 2025, that matter will be withdrawn. That matter enters January 1st, 2025, that the best thing to do, that matter will be withdrawn because the whole issue would have been spent. So there is no point keeping a matter, wasting the time of the court, wasting the time of your opponent and all that, the time that the judges will use to entertain other relevant matters, they will use it to be entertaining something that has to do with 2024. So that was why, and that is why I am saying that the cost awarded against Dr. Fubara is not justified because it's not his making. We are past 2024. We are now in 2025, and he's not insisting I must go on with the case. Cost is actually follows events. If I bring you to court unjustifiably, bring you to court to come and waste your time, to come and waste energy, then I can, and that the matter which we are talking about is still within time. And I withdrew, maybe because I was afraid, maybe because I want to refine it, maybe because something has happened. Then if we have joined issues, that means we have taken steps to reply, waste money, waste time, waste your energy, waste your intellect. I should pay you a cost. But not in this circumstance. When the withdrawal was not as a result of my making, I am not withdrawing for any ulterior motive. I am withdrawing because I have to withdraw. Even if Fubara doesn't go to that court, on Suomoto, the court, Fubara's lawyer say we are no longer going for that matter. Anything the court like, let them do. The court will strike the matter out. The court will take judicial notice and say, look, what are we talking about? 2024.
Hello, Haya King. All right. Haya King is reaching us all the way from Port Harcourt, giving us an insight into what he thought was the real meaning and why people are, not clear with what exactly the Supreme Court did. So he's tried to put that all in perspective so he understands clearly.
I'm trying to.
Okay, Haya King.
The line is bad.
Okay,
yes, I'm still
you're
here.
back. So go ahead.
So what we are saying, some of us are saying is that, especially the cost, but what happened in court does not have anything to do with tenure of the former members who has now left the House of Assembly for 1 year plus now going. So that matter will still come up. I think that matter has a future date. There's a return date on that matter. Until then, nothing changed. No benefit. Nothing. The status quo is maintained. The status quo remains the same status quo. There's nothing at all. Nothing changed.
All right. For this particular question, I wanted to find out from you. One of the reasons why, the 27 lawmakers lost their seats was because they defected. And according to the law, it states clearly that if you defect, you lose your seat automatically. Can you talk us through that process, that particular portion of the law that says if you defect to another political party, if your party doesn't have any problems at the national level, or divisions at the national level, that quite clearly you will lose your seat. Can you talk us through that particular portion?
That very portion, section 109 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, it has become a national anthem now. Even the woman selling crayfish in the market, when you tell her, they violate section 109. If you talk to the Hausa Malam will tell you, to chicken, they see them for section 109, they went and left. They did not follow the due process of the law. So that is what everybody knows it right now. It's a very simple thing. Before now, that's why I am very angry with our politicians generally. Now, the law from 2003, when I think 2003 or so, this defection started. You just wake up one morning, you are PDP in the night, in the morning you are returned. Yesterday you sat as a PDP member, the next morning as you are resuming in the house, you are now APC member, and vice versa. That was what was happening. It becomes so insistent that it became abused. And Section 109 was amended and and now inserted to stop it, to make sure you don't just wake up and defect. You must give a cogent reason. For me, I think I agree too. I agree too that you shouldn't just wake up and just dream in the night, and maybe the chairman of APC called you in the night and you say, now I'm going to APC, or the PDP chairman called you in the night. You now remember your former relationship with them, you now defect. For me, I think it's wrong. That was why that section was put in place. That section was put there to stop something like this. I think with this now, it will be difficult for any politician to defect. Have you seen any defecting since past 1 year now that this order is in court? None. I think it's a very good thing. Very, very good. So the intent of the drafters of the constitution, the amenders, I think the people that amended the constitution, I think it's yielding fruits now. I am very happy. I am one Nigeria that is very, very happy about what is happening now. Tell me, has anybody defected? Assuming they succeeded, you would have seen mass defection since last year, since 2023, when they defected. Have you seen anybody defecting? Nobody defects anymore. Because the people that have defected, they've not been able to find their level, to find their ground. That is why you see that it is good for us. When the court now finally gives it a final imprimatur, it will now become a permanent signature, a permanent, everybody, but anybody that is about to enter politics will now know Section 109. You don't just wake up and move. So that was why that section was put there, and said before you defect, there must be crisis in your party. There must be problems in your party that will make you to say, I am no longer comfortable with these odd fellows. I'm no longer comfortable with this party. I want to move to the other party. You don't just wake up and do that. So that was what happened. And they just wake up, they say they even swore to an affidavit. For you to know that Section 109 is now very powerful, the people that swore affidavit went on television, flew flag of the other party, dropped their own flag, flew the flag of the other party, celebrated, turned around and was telling us that those things, they didn't do it. For me, at that point, I was very, very angry. I got so mad. Are you, for instance, now, you are telling me this morning now that this is night. You are insulting me. For me, I felt they are insulting Nigerians. It's big insult. You just wake up and you are telling me, Hayakin, this morning, this afternoon is night. I said, what do you say? You say it's night. And you are telling me to my face. Videos I saw, affidavit I saw, and you came back on that same video, that same channel, and you are telling me that what I did, that I didn't see you, that you were not the one that was on air with APC flag, is an insult to Nigerians. The 27 lawmakers insulted Nigerians. They are insulting us. How can you tell me that? You can only tell a blind man there is no oil. Not to tell him, a blind man, there is no salt in this soup. There is no salt in this soup. The blind man will use his stick and break your head. That's what happened. I felt so much humiliated and insulted, belittled by these 27 men. I felt so sad. I felt so bad about it. Why would you say such a thing? Something I saw with affidavit to say you didn't do it. That is to tell you how powerful Section 109 has become. So it's part of strengthening our democracy. It's part of making sure things are not done anyhow you like anymore. You know, somebody described this country, say it's a zoo. But I tell you, we have more than a zoo. We are in a jungle. In a zoo, the animals are controlled. The animals are controlled in the zoo. The lion cannot just come out from his cage and eat up any lion. That's what happened in Nigeria. But now we are going to be properly in the jungle. I mean to say, in the jungle, the animal will just wake up, eat anybody he likes. That lion will just wake up and he will just pass. He will just see antelope. Antelope, where are you going? I'm going to look for food. Come here. I want to eat first. You eat antelope. But in the zoo, you cannot eat anybody. Everybody is controlled. So Nigeria is better said to be in a zoo than in a jungle. But I tell you, we are in the jungle. But with this kind of law, this Section 109 now, we are coming back to the zoo where everything is being controlled somehow. Although we are restrained in the zoo, zoo is not the best place to be, but we are restrained at least. But in the jungle, no restraint. Anybody can do whatever he likes. That is how these politicians behave. And they saw that section. They read that section. They assimilated that section. That section was interpreted to them by their lawyers, and yet they wake up and said, we have defected. So you should, whatever Chinua Achebe said, if you bring home faggot-infested firewood, lizard will come visiting. So they inflicted the self-inflicted injury. The injury they are suffering today, they inflicted it on themselves. Today you are defected. Today I say I'm not defecting again. The only aspect I'm angry is the insults they are giving us. That if my eye is blind, I don't have sense anymore. They are talking to a fool. That is what they're taking the whole Nigeria. The other affidavit is here, the other video is here. You come to another video, you say it's not you, it's not you. And so one of them saying it's not me, you saw in the video. What kind of insult is that? That is why you see, again, the lawyers right now, we are becoming endangered species. The lawyers in Nigeria, if you are not aware, the judges too. Can any judge move on the street? Any judge, can any...
Hi, King. Okay, Nigeria is not a zoo, and it's also not a jungle. I know we may have a bit of an issue here and there with our system, but again, we're also working towards resolving them in due course. I'm sure that's part of why we're also discussing these. Hi, Akin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so going forward with this particular conversation, I'm just wondering, it does look like some of these issues are mostly embedded in politics, much more than just the real substance of the issues. The reason why I say that is because we've recently seen defections, gale of the defections from opposition parties to the party in power, and nothing is said about those who have, defected. For instance, we have the man from Delta State, a senator who defected. We're even seeing another PDP member who also defected to the APC. And so it does look like nothing is happening in that particular regard. I mean, do you think that that particular section of the law, must be tested true and true for those who feel, disenchanted and by the fact that they are losing members to the ruling party?
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say, that Section 109 is coming to become one of the most feared sections as far as politics is concerned in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. That is why I'm challenging the judges now to do the right thing. If the judges put the final imprimatur, put the final stop to it, by declaring that these people defected and they rightly defected and they are no longer members, it will send a very strong signal. But anything short of that will also use the respect of the judiciary, will deepen, will worse, like I was trying to explain before that interruption. Lawyers are now in danger. I'm telling you, I've gone to somewhere, unlike before, barrister, welcome. I beg, more than I come out for here. People will destroy Nigeria. I don't know whether you have heard that before. I beg, get away from this place. So I beg, I'm not going away. They put the police, they turn the police upside down. People will depend on it. I'm telling you, local people. So as I'm talking to you, I don't even wear my frolate, my top jacket, that one that with the stripe line of the trouser. I don't wear it whenever. Immediately I come back from court, I remove. So when that one identifies you, especially as not just in suit. That one with line and with the small monkey jacket we wear, I don't wear it. Immediately I come back from court, I brought it to the house to change because of the insult we get now. The judges should sit.
Hello,
the judges should do the.
We just have to let it lead there because of time. I mean, time is not our friend. We would have continued this conversation, but because of time, we just have to let it go. But many thanks for your insight. We truly appreciate your thoughts on the topic this morning. We're back after the short break. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Welcome back. This is still the morning show. It's 9:40 a.m. in ENUGU, Southeast Nigeria. So recently, there was a court case that involved Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Binta Nyako, who was the judge of that particular matter, apparently adjourned indefinitely on that matter. There was a whole lot that was revealed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that since Binta Nyako has recused herself, there's no need that he doesn't believe in the authority of the court to basically try him. And so it goes. We have with us live on Zoom this morning to speak to these issues, Mazi Samohoabonwa is a business mogul and a politician at the Center for Media and Peace Initiative. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, my friend?
I'm sure you've been following the developments there, but for you, do you think that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was right by stating clearly that he doesn't believe or he doesn't trust the authority of the court to continue his trial in that manner?
Well, I believe that there are certain conventions and a couple of acceptable methods of dispensing justice. If a litigant has doubts as to the neutrality of the arbiter or the judge, or he's not sure that he's going to get a fair justice, one of the rights he has is to request that the case be transferred to another judge. In jurisprudence, we've seen it happen a lot. It has happened in several instances. Cases have been moved from one judge to another judge, one court to another court, but either the chief judge or whoever is in charge of handling the cases. So this is not the first time. And truthfully, Justice Nyako also decided to recuse herself. But now it looks as if the judicial system in Abuja is insisting that Nyako must be the one to handle the case. So this is what I think is the issue. A litigant, in this case, Nnamdi Kanu, has a right to say, I don't have confidence, because they say justice must not only be seen to be done, we must also feel that it is done. So my thinking is that Justice Nyako, who has recused himself, should insist on that. I don't think the Chief Judge of the High Court should force it, because people don't go to court and they already know that they've lost the case. Then why go to court? Or why subject yourself to the system you know is skewed against you, or you feel is detrimental to your own well-being? So my thinking is that Justice Nyako was right in recusing herself, and now that she's been forced to handle the case, and then she adjusts the case, Diana die. That for me also complicates the whole matter.
All right. Beyond just the recusal that Mazi Nnamdi is claiming, and the fact that, of course, Binta Nyako at some point recused herself, are there any other specific reasons why Mazi doesn't trust Binta Nyako to continue on the matter?
Well, Nnamdi Kanu has his reasons. In fact, in the press conference he gave yesterday, he tried to indicate some of these reasons. One is that he thinks that the court or the management of the judiciary is trying to ask her to do a job which may not be right, so that she can then get a benefit. Nnamdi said her husband and her son are already facing corruption charges. The imputation here is that she's being asked to do this job, and if she does it to the satisfaction of those who are asking her to do the job, then she might, her own relative who have legal cases, they get some reprieve or slap on the cheek or on the wrist. So that is what Nnamdi Kanu is inputting. I do not know the veracity or otherwise, but that's what he has said. There may be other reasons which I do not know, but I believe that it's a fundamental human right to request that your case be moved from one court to another, from one judge to another. It has happened severally, where justice is dispensed without fear of favor, without bias or discrimination. Because that's what they say, the guilty, it's better to set free 100 guilty than to imprison one innocent. That is the way justice system works. It gives benefit of doubt to the accused and be sure that before he's given any judgment, the state has proven beyond all reasonable doubt. If there was any doubt at all, the doubt is in the favor of the accused, and he's usually has to go. So the essence of justice in our system, especially criminal justice, is not to destroy, it's not to deform, it is to correct. And Nnamdi Kanu is a citizen of Nigeria, a prominent citizen who has dual citizenship. So I think our country needs to organize this judicial system in a manner that shows that we are a civilized country that will respect the rights of individual citizens. Because if we treat our citizens badly, then what will foreigners do? The other day, Donald Trump was exporting, or how do you say it, discharging people they called illegal immigrants back to their country, deporting them, and they were in chains on their legs and feet, and everybody felt unhappy because like they were slaves. You know, I don't know if they're already criminals or some are accused. This is not right. They sent such people to India. India was very angry that this cannot be done to their citizens. The Nigerian Minister of Foreign Affairs also is on record to saying that Nigeria will never allow Nigerian citizens to be so treated. And if that's the way we believe, then why are we not extending the same treatment to a prisoner of conscience, to somebody who is in court, not because he wants something for himself, but he believes he's fighting for a group of people? It is allowed. Self-determination is allowed. You don't force anybody into any relationship that he's not happy and uncomfortable with. If you want to have a relationship with me, we must make it mutually beneficial, mutually satisfactory. That is why I'll be glad to be in that relationship. You can't be treating me like an outsider, discriminate against me. You still force me to be in that relationship. And I can't even shout. I can't even make noise. It's not fair. Let Nigeria bring the best that is in its judicial armamentary and deal with this case and discharge it. It's causing unnecessary diversion, unnecessary heating up of the polity. It is something that can be easily dealt with. The appeal court had discharged this guy. You know, the government of Buhari said it had to be settled legally. He refused political settlement. All the Igbo leadership, governors, Haneze, and everybody had appealed to him. He said it will end in court. Now he went through court to the appeal. Appeal set him free. Then this same government that said they wanted him now went back to court. Does it make sense? Does it show a genuine fair treatment of a citizen? In my opinion, it's not fair. Because what you're doing here is you are radicalizing him and getting more radicalized when they watch this type of fair treatment. I appeal to Nigerian government to please end this matter, and so that we can deal with some other associated issues from this long incarceration. Thank you.
All right. Do you see Binta Nyako stepping down from this matter? Because right now it's no longer about the judiciary anymore, or the judicial process, because many people have said it's more of politics, that Tinubu should just go ahead and do the needful, more like pardoning him or setting him free. But to that extent, do you see that happen? Again, the courts had even released him on bail, but the governments under Tinubu, under the last administration, Buhari, never released him. I mean, they were able to prove that there was international rendition, and in that process, the court released him, but up until this moment, he hasn't been released. But I'm just wondering whether you feel that the only way to solve this particular matter is by the president himself going straight and saying, look, he's tired of this matter, and most likely, you know, ask that he be released or maybe pardon him?
My friend, I am really surprised. I am nonplussed. I am embarrassed. Our president, the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, is known as a Democrat. He's known as a fighter. He's known as a freedom fighter. He has a reputation for being one of those who fought the military oppression. So I think he should be sympathetic to freedom fighters. He should have empathy to activists. It is so surprising that people are thinking otherwise. I don't want to think otherwise because I have known the president for many years, right from when he was governor in Lagos State. I served in his transition council, and I related to him and people in his government. He was an epitome. He was a model of activism, of responsible protest and such things. That's what we knew him for. And the belief was that if he came to power, there's going to be an expansion of the space for freedom of speech and freedom of action. That is the expectation of Nigerians. But so far, I don't think he has exercised that expectation the way people will want it. So I am confident that if he pays attention to this, he can resolve this matter. He understands the Nigerian situation. He understands the tensions in the country. He understands what prompted people like Nnamdi Kanu to enter into the protests or the activists, or whatever mode they've entered. Mr. President understands it. And he is in a position to resolve this matter and reconcile everybody. He is the father of everybody, both the good, the bad, and the ugly. And every part of this nation is a constituent part of Nigeria. If any state or any region is not at peace, Nigeria is not at peace. Nigeria must be a holistically peaceful nation that is attracting to investment, for investors to come. What is happening in the Southeast can stop somebody from coming to Nigeria at all, even if his business is going to be not in the Southeast, because it's one whole organic nation. People can move from the Southeast to the other end of the country in one day, both by land and air. So I think the advisors of Mr. President, especially political advisors, need to tell him that this is making a mole, a mountain out of a mole. This is something that can be extinguished overnight. And Mr. Nnamdi Kanu who haven't learned, all of us have learned lessons in this. He will just take a break and we look for other forms to continue the protest or agitation, because you can't stop people from agitating from what they believe until you assuage them or comfort them or do what they want. One way or the other, you either assimilate them or comfort them or assuage them or conform to what they are asking for. But we can be done in a manner that is not leading to bloodletting, it's not leading to a stoppage of commercial activities, it will not lead to Nigerians killing fellow Nigerians and such things. We can manage it in a manner that some process lasts. There are people who have been protesting for centuries in some areas of the world. It is allowed. What Nigeria needs to do is to convince the likes of Nnamdi Kanu that this is a country that will accommodate everybody, and everybody can be treated fairly and equitably. Everybody can find Nigeria as his own country. And if there are any perceptions of discrimination or injustice, we correct them. We're human beings. We know when we're being treated fairly. We also know when we're being treated unfairly. It is very visible. And the ill treatment of the Southeast is something everybody knows, over many years, since the war and after. But sometimes it gets better. Sometimes it gets worse. Yesterday, we were celebrating the Southeast Development Commission, which we think is a positive thing for ENUGU, the Southeast, is something we're looking for a coordinating instrument to focus on the development of the Southeast. Many people from the Southeast were at the event yesterday and they were rejoicing in Abuja. That's part of the reason I'm in Abuja too. Those things give positive image of an effort to integrate the region into a wholesome. So I plead with the governor, president, to finish the kind of development operation.
All right. I mean, so many persons would say that, look, these things can be embedded in politics. In fact, some persons have even predicted that he would most likely be released penultimate 2027. I mean, that's maybe the president trying to play a very good politics, given that Peter Obi is actively, going to participate in the 2027 elections. And based on what has happened, he lost so much ground. I'm talking about the president right now. In the Southeast, he had no bearing in terms of votes compared to Peter Obi. So the only way to maybe make an inroad into the Southeast is basically releasing him just before the 2027 elections. Do you share that sentiment?
Well, not necessarily, because the president won the election without the Southeast votes, or so to say. Talking about votes in the Southeast. He won the election from outside. Now his president is on saddle. He can still win the election with or without anybody. That's my own thinking. Because if a president who had the odds he had in 2023 crossed those hurdles and the odds and became president, I don't know what will be on his way in 2027 if he wants to retain the office. So, but my point is, he doesn't have to wait for 2027. Nobody knows who will be alive in 2027. Nobody knows what will happen in 2027. Nobody even knows what will happen by the end of 2025. When it is our turn to do good, let's do it today. Let's not wait till tomorrow. His name will be remembered for good now and forever if he does this and removes this blur, this wrinkle, this spot that is this fox that is messing up with the wine. Take away this akem when on the fe, whip akem when no fe, so that if he does it, it will be something that the people of the Southeast, and not only people of the Southeast, there are many Nigerians who understand what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. Many other parts of Nigeria are also harboring the same feelings, that they are not very well treated, they are not fairly treated. But I do not support violence. I do not support killing people. But protest and activism is allowed to make your point known. We say democracy. Even in authoritarian governments, people still protest. People still demand their rights. During the military, we did the same. So it is nothing unusual. The president should write his name in the heart of the Southeasterners, the heart of Nigerians who love freedom, who love fair justice and equity, by releasing Nnamdi Kanu, because the court has already released him. You can't charge a man twice for a case. The appeal court has released him. He should be let go. That should end the matter. Government should withdraw this case they put her fresh. That will just bring the matter to an end, and everybody will be happy for it.
All right. I want to say a very big thank you, sir, for your time and your insights on this topic. We truly appreciate you, Mazi Ohabonwa. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Have a blessed day.
All right. We appreciate every one of you for sharing your mornings with us. We're not done yet. I'm connecting you to our Abuja studios, where my colleagues are waiting for some interesting topic as it relates to the polity. I'm Charles Pius. Have a good morning. It's a beautiful day today. I hope you're good. Today's the 29th of January 2025, and it's 2 days until the month ends, and then we'll run into the month of love. We hope for those who are looking for love, you find one. For those who are in love, hope you nurture it, hope you water it, and I hope you give it all the necessary ingredients to keep it flourishing. Welcome, everybody. This is the morning show. We're going straight to the headlines on our dailies this morning. And so we begin on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning. On the Tribune, above the mast to the left, Bala Mohammed nearly knelt down to collect money from Wike for his election, says Dogara. Still on the Nigerian Tribune 2027, there is an agenda to destroy opposition parties, El Rufai claims. Blackout, UCH still negotiating with IBEDC. Pain has not been easy, says management. Afenifere confirms Dele Farotimi, new national organizing secretary. All right, over now to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust, confab how to make 2027 polls credible and acceptable, with the writer rigging plans already unfolding, says Tamboa. PDP conducted worst elections, says APC. On the Daily Times newspaper, federal government partners Akwa Ibom on water, sanitation and food security. Still on the Daily Times newspaper, insecurity, Senate rallies support for troops. Abuja court summons Obasanjo Aduda over property disputes. Indigenous tech will drive revenue trade at Tinkan Port, says Customs. CBN gives license renewal fee waiver to BDCs. El Rufai blasts APC over poor leadership. Oh, well, I thought he was part of the party, though. Still on the Nation newspaper, First Lady disburses 50 million naira to 1,000 Kwara traders. First Lady disburses 50 million naira to 1,000 Kwara traders. Still on the Nation, federal government, Lagos sign MOU on 68 kilometers rail projects. Arms dealers from Niger Republic arrested. How Wike funded Bala Mohammed's 2019 elections. That's on page 2 of the Nation newspaper. Still on the Nation, Tinubu steady power. Tinubu steady power is my priority. All right. There's an interesting editorial there, but I mean, we are going straight to the Blueprints newspaper. On the Blueprints, NAFDAC swoops on Aba markets, confiscates 5 billion naira fake wines, other products. So on the Blueprints newspaper, EU commits 19 billion euros to Nigeria's democracy, good governance. We won't meddle in your internal politics. Magnots assures INEC doesn't receive direct funding from donors. This is coming from Yakubu. Dogara tackles Bala, reveals how Wike bankrolled Bauchi governor's campaign. That's an interesting development, really. Still on the Blueprint newspaper, in AFCON sports, Super Eagles can win trophy again, says Joseph Yobo. Trump halts HIV treatment funding for Nigeria and others. Naira stabilizes in black markets as CBN unveils FX codes. Policy will improve operations among dealers, says analyst. FIRS actualizing $1 trillion economy with National Single Window Initiative. Interior Ministry generated over 6 billion naira in 2024, says Minister. 2027 Guba, Nigerians in diaspora endorse Sheyi Tinubu. Sultan directs Muslims to look out for Shaban moon. All right. All the details you can find on the Blueprints newspaper. On the Guardian newspaper this morning, worry over regional security, trade in ECOWAS without Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. Worry over regional security, trade in ECOWAS without Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. Federal government deploys single window system to recover $3 billion, meets $1 trillion target. 2027 APC, Sani Bwala Tako Atiku, El-Rufai as Obi clarifies on coalition. African leaders, partners commit $50 billion to improved power supply and others. All the details you can find on the Guardian newspaper this morning. And to the Punch newspaper, 3,690 Nigerians listed as U.S. mass deportation continues. Well, 3,000 is a huge number. It could be more. It could be more. You were broke. Wike bankrolled your election. Dogara tells Bauchi governor. That's on page 14. Tariff hike. Subscribers head for court as NCC talks deadlocked. With the rider, NCC mom, as subscribers insist on reversal, demand 10% tariff hike. All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper. Well, there's a letter to the president of the country, and it's from Delta State. Apparently, the letter is across most headlines, most papers, front page of most papers. Letter of gratitude to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for signing into law the act establishing the Nigeria Maritime University, Okerenkoko, Delta State. So more like an appreciation letter, and that's cut across most of the front pages of the newspapers this morning. Let's go straight to the analysis as we welcome in to the studio Maduka Chris. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, the world. We are here again. We thank God for His mercy.
Right. Let's begin from this amount that has been touted by the United States governments that around 3,690 Nigerians are already listed to be deported by the USA. I mean, how do you view this development?
It's not coming as a surprise.
Yes, it's not.
Because, the consistency of it, by now, Nigerians would have come to terms and become abreast. Because when the thing was building up, nothing happened in our usual way of Nigerians. It took Mexico. We're talking about Mexico, billions of people. In Mexico, Nigerians, you're talking about thousands. Now you were, it's like the legendary man in Things Fall Apart who was owing people. and when he's owing you, he'll be drawing lines on the wall. So when you come, you say, look at the walls. People who, their lines of debt are up the ceiling and yours is down there, you are coming to bother him. It sounds funny, but the size of your brain is the size of the migraine and headache you get. No, in Nigeria you say it's small. Small in what? In economy. But we are big in size. So when you take 3,000, let's say an average of 4,000 people that are going to come back from America to Nigeria, and these are the diaspora people who have been sustained in Nigeria, whichever way. Mm-hmm. It has its own effect.
Yeah.
Serious. Just the other day, we had a guy who came back from abroad in Lagos was caught into kidnapping and crime. So bring back 4,000 of them. Into too many deportees into a very small Nigeria. You know what that means? When the mouth that used to chop. What they really bother there, you have a stable economy, so everybody's running there. You are sure whatever happens, you can eat. You are sure of government support. You are sure of the amenities, working in perfect condition. You are sure when you are sick, you go to hospital. Despite all the condition and racism and all the, whichever country you are coming from, if you are sick in America, as far as you are within the environment, you are sure that even some Nigerians have wished they go to prison in America. If Even these people that deport him now, sure, some of them will wishing, why not take us to prison in America? But this is a country that know what they're talking about. When this was building up, I said America has turned around to use Trump to tell the world that had the truth. All the other opposition parties that the man defeated at the polls cannot stand to tell the world. And you see, the pally of all the things when they were swearing the man in, how they were all riding and talking and palling. You know, if you watch the swearing in, you find out they were united in whatever Trump is doing. Let nobody pretend. America is tired of playing the big brother.
But I mean, it's somewhat contrasting because I mean, this is a country of immigrants. This is a country that has developed itself because of people who traveled far and wide.
Beautiful.
You know, to come into the
beautiful.
country.
And this time they say, even immigrants have classes. They have the one they call regular and the regular. Because I work with IOM, you don't even say illegal because it's stigmatization. They say regular and irregular. So they now want to the way the Nigerian slang, let the irregular give way to the regular. And it does not stop you from leaving and going to regularize to come back. The idea is that at this particular time, and they tell you the law was not meant for Nigeria. It was meant for all. And there were countries that they had this effect in fact, it's massive, the effect it had on them. You know, the nearest neighbor, Mexico, South Americans, and they were sweeping it. Even when they were building barbed wires, electrified barbed wires, it was meant for them. But in our own, we find a way of Oluyole, passports, and all degrees and grits that people want to go to America, they can sell off. And you know what money? Even money can buy things in America. But now the time has come. Because of the leadership, they say, the wheat this side, the weed this time, that the Orioko, or what they call the man who owns the farm, is here. Now he's now doing the separation. It's even biblical. It was a time. Allow the wheat and the weeds to grow. That one day the owner of the farm will come, he will separate the chaff and the wheat. And now maybe this is the time for America to really know, if you are a migrant American and have regularized, you are free to stay. After all, it's not everybody that is threatened. They're only saying that the pressure of world economy turning around, which Nigeria has gotten the feeling, has even touched America. That even the rich now also cry that it's now for them to begin to check who is regular and who is irregular. And you cannot tell the owner of a property how to share. I see Charles sharing his property. He said, this is how you share what belongs to you. And I go on. My father told me, you can't even tell somebody, look at your mouth. You are eating your meat. A piece of meat that will maybe properly your portion. And you're eating it, I will look and say, look at your mouth. And I said, no. America is their turn. We have a Awoloko in Nigeria. Let us let's build our own turn and dispose things. Why are we so much dependent? So this is how we're going to, the leg Nama will take to reach Umuahia. When any country will say, hey, migrant, Nigeria will start catching. No. It's time we look at what is making us illegal migrants in some countries and still to tighten it up.
How much of this do you think would affect diplomatic relationships between governments of...
what the relation between a giant and ant? Head or tail? You have to relate with America. Well, Nigeria never get courage to say you won't. What are you going to tell
aside Nigeria, all those countries like
Canada, they are the strong ones who can measure up to. You cannot have a midget who is just at your feet, and you have the one that is 3 feet, you have a midget that is 4 feet, and then you have the one that is of regular size and measuring up to the giant. Those the ones who will stand up and look. Is it the one that will be far looking at you, you challenge, they will match you. So relationship has not ever been with the developed countries. That's one of the things I cry about. They say relationship, who is relating with you? Say global economy, deploy, all those trash. Now the man they deceive, now is the loser. There has never been equal terms of relationship in all these diplomatic relationships that have existed. It has always been the relationship of the have and the have not. It's like you have a neighbor who is a billionaire. No matter how you want to fight, you always say, Oga, this is pay me, but Oga, imagine when you are complaining and you are that source of servience in your nature of complaint. So what is the relationship? It's still the Oga and the servant talking about. So it's like, okay, servant, don't worry. If he pay you, please bear it, but I have to do it because it's difficult. So I say, okay, thank you, sir. I used to have a woman, we're talking about the gender violence. A woman used to kill her husband. Seriously. Each time he killed the husband, the man will cry, Mrs., this one is painful, oh, Mrs. off fire, Mrs. off fire. And the neighbors will gather. And the man will bold up. He said, nothing is happening. But if you go out, you will hearing a sign of twine on the man, and he will cry, Mrs. off fire, Mrs. off fire, Mrs. This one is painful. That's what the man will complain. The wife caning the husband. So when America came, the poor countries like Nigeria, or the countries that have not refused to explore the richness God gave them to be as good as America, when they came you and they say, Oga fire.
But again, if you look at the whole situation, it goes down to the effectiveness of the American, immigration laws, because I mean, you allowed them in the first place, right? And then also talks back to the people who go there without documentation, living there illegally too. So it's two ways. As an individual, when you're going to America, make sure you regularize yourself and make sure you're living there legally. And secondly, Americans allowed it in the first place. So why did you allow them if you know you're going to start chasing them?
You said you entered irregular. A lot of people are in Nigeria in irregular travel and migration. You don't even know their number. You have not checked. So every country of the world have the way they enter. Because if you check the travels and all this diplomatic, there's a way you even did the same diplomatic law and the World United Nations will cramp on you. It's only when you are inside that your status of how you come, when they start checking record, they will not know. You have come, yes, but you didn't pass through the 100%. Probably you get to 80 and then you jump the other one, which Nigerians are good at. I'm sorry to say it anywhere. Nigerians
it
are good at breaking laws.
It has to do with the immigration laws. I mean, if somebody's overstayed their welcome, you allowed them. So why didn't you trace them at the time?
Some people go to America with travel visa for 2 weeks, 1 month, days.
Yes.
When the thing expires, they shred the passport and they go into the street. Now, when somebody catch you in the street of America, okay, show your passport you don't have. Show the paper which has regularized your stay, because when you are regularized, you're given a paper, your green card or whatever makes you walk the street of America, you don't have. Like a woman who sells beer in her joint, and a Nigerian army man came to drink him. He looked at the 3 daughters. Each time he come, he was eyeing the 3 daughters. Okay, each time the man come, the woman would positioning the 3 daughters to attract their... And the man wasn't interested in that. He told them, no, the woman selling the beer. So at a point, the woman was... He said, Agnes, you're not even looking her way. You're not looking her way. Then you have not even called her one day to serve you beer. Now me, as the madam self, that one is no go area. Then you must stop coming. So you don't get passport that even expired, that one can say at the what point, and then say go and do this. It's shred or thrown away into the sea. You don't have a paper that is visa. There was something that say green card or some documentation say you can stay and not stay. You don't have. You're just. But it's obvious you are not. You are not. Even as much as migrant, you're a migrant American, but you don't have anything to show your status. Like you must go. That's the way the Americans are saying now. Now look at it. I'm analyzing the situation. I've not come to talk about the morality. the good, the bad, or the worst sides of it. I'm talking about the way it is, what is making them do what they are doing, how it affects everybody. Different. We live in many houses in Nigeria where in January, this January, the landlords have increased tenancy fees.
Oh, really?
Ha! I am a living witness. And they are not asking. No, for you, you'll be crying, this landlady, this landlord. But they have increased it, and they have their reason. And they can justify their reason. But how it affects you, you know, it affects everybody differently. And that's the same thing about Onyenweneke, the man who owns divides. So go back to your own country, decide to get to a certain level of time where you can, you know the way to your house. That's the relationship, all this bilateral relation. After all, America can as well stay there. What did they even do for Nigeria apart from coming to exploit us and do business here? Their interest in Nigeria is high. So when you look at that, but they can take such things against some of us that are always looking to America. Then what America is looking for here, when you don't even have oil, some people will buy your oil and sell to them. And the oil they are even running away from is by the way. What else? I mean, so let's look at it that way. The relationship of these developed nations and developing nations has always been that meeting of the unequals. It doesn't. There's nothing you can do now. Is it in the power to fight? Is it in the armory? Is it the soldier? Is it the technology? Where are we? What is the relationship? We're still the subservient and the august level of relationship. I'm sorry, but that is my opinion. So anybody can have a different opinion on those level, those gurus and gray hairs in diplomacy, international diplomacy, can talk about all the details. As an ordinary Nigerians, this is how I see what is going on, and I'm talking from that level. So whichever way it will affect me, because I have people who might be brought back, and the little money they send across to survive us here, might not come again, and we're in for worse things. But then what do? We can't. The owner has decided what to do with his own things. So let us come back, try to see what we can do to start giving some element of confidence for our people. I mean, even that's the only thing we talk about today. I mean, it's a very serious thing. So let's even, because a lot of Nigerians say, why did we, when the man was coming, he said he would do that. The first time in the history of America is swearing a president in, he signed 78 bills. Our own president only said one, he didn't even sign it into a bill, but he only said, remove fuel subsidy. Thank you for voting for me. And then Nigeria caught fire. Up to now, the fire is really burning. But the man came with 78 bills. Part of it, America recognized too. Nobody is talking about that. You were talking about how it affects us because you say your people should go home. The madness that wanted to destroy this world that God created beautifully was caught up with America. This is the only president that summoned the courage. The other ones came, they couldn't handle it because it would have destroyed them. This is the only man that has courage to say, America recognized two sexes, man or woman. All this LGBTQ, SGK to Z, that has brought confusion to the world and is almost destroying the developing nations, who are good at copying nonsense. They've not copied the good economy and technology of America. They're copying to be LGBTQ, and the psyche of our young people are changing. President Trump, the 47 POTUS, has stopped it. Nobody's looking at that. It's because of people that will come back tonight. There are few. By the way, let them come back. For whatever good, everything that has good has bad. Beyond the bad ones, some of them will be coming back with some good experiences that we have to,
leverage
to
on.
bear and leverage on whatever, but we can't throw them away. If you are something is pursuing you, if you do not run to your father's house, you run to your maternal uncle's house. There are two things. That's Africa for you. So now they are being pursued there. They either come back to Nigeria or look for another country that will still contain them. If it's so bad that you are being disgraced, you can't even look at Nigeria and imagine yourself coming back here, you will still have other countries of the world to go to.
All right, El-Rufai blasts APC over poor leadership. I mean, El-Rufai is a member of the APC as the last time I checked.
That's what I assumed, an assumption. But by this morning, we're still making an assumption.
No, I mean,
because I'm saying, yeah,
he served as governor of
does,
APC for 8 years, as governor.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, he's now criticizing the leadership of the APC.
This is politics. That's why I don't like always reviewing whatever politicians say on air, because it will look like I'm being personal. I do not trust any single Nigerian politician when they speak this way. But this is the only time our dear El-Rufai, the strong man, this is the time he noticed APC has bad leadership.
Well, isn't it good to take the message and leave the messenger alone?
I don't know what message am I APC. The message was not meant for me. We are analyzing. I'm saying why now? When the game does not favor you, you want, you know, Ekebo favor or some people, they will not scatter it. You know, when we are sharing things, they say, this is yours, this is yours. Some people who the sickness of the brothers of Joseph in the biblical brothers of Joseph, when they given Joseph was feeding them in Egypt, they were still eyeing their, hey, Reuben food. They gave him 3 meat. Oh, that sickness is the sickness of Nigerian politicians. Whatever they chop and whatever they've done, they will still look into plates. Hey, how much did they give us? Like, hey, they give Levi. Hey, they give, all those things. This is why they are coming now to tell us whether APC government. I'm not a member of APC. They are ruling power. The hardship and hunger they brought is affecting me. But I am very circumscribed. I talk about any of the politicians talking about this, especially who is talking. There are people who will talk. I want to talk about it. For El-Rufai, he is part of that. And don't be surprised if this is just a play to the gallery and you take it home, you will lose. Don't even think about it. These politicians, you may have talked this, you would think somebody will go home. You see, my worry is that the oppositions are in disarray. One single politician in the APC saying this does not scratch the surface of APC. But I find the oppositions where almost all of them are fighting the party. In fact, the party's PDP umbrella has more than 1 million tears. Not to talk about Labour.
Yeah,
the mother, the child, and all their clothes are torn.
El-Rufai is alleging that there is plan to destroy opposition party by the ruling party, where he belongs.
That is only truth I find is what he said. Every other thing he should sort it out with his party. After all, he's a very strong member. So the case shouldn't be like 2 of us go to hunt in the bush, and then halfway into the bush, I turn around and say, oh boy, if I say your leg look like a grass cutter leg, you know what that means? I know I have a gun in my hand. Let the case not be like that. Let them settle. My papa said, whatever, no matter how diplomatic good you are, diplomatically good and guru, you cannot settle the fight between salt and oil. That is what you want me to do. El-Rufai and APC. APC and El-Rufai are nunaman, salt and oil. When they mix to separate them, Nami, God forbid, let them look for their board of NWC, National Working Committee. And then they talk about it. And these are the ones who are more qualified to talk about it. Bala Muhammad and Wike, in all the newspapers we talked about here. I financed you, that. It made me laugh. You know why it made me laugh? So you finance people's campaign so that when you are financing them, you didn't tell them you bring that black tape that these devilish people use when they capture people, they used to see their mouth. Fund a campaign. After funding their campaign, the person you are funding for as Godfather wins. Go get the tape. Seal the person's mouth. Because if you do not see the person's mouth, along the line, the person will get up and say, oh boy, okay, this thing you do, no good. Once you say that, that's when you come. How much you spend, you must kneel down. After all, he knelt down for you to help him because in Nigeria, to be a governor, you need a lot of money. Somebody told me sometime that when I don't go that way again. When you say for you to be a Nigerian governor, you first of all know where you source to keep 10 billion. When Naira was Naira, not now. 10 billion naira. That is for a start. For a start.
True.
We must have it somewhere. So if Bala had wanted, and somebody is having the billions unused, he can borrow it and become governor. But that does not make Bala. I don't care what they talk. I'm just talking. It could have been anybody. Doesn't make Bala a stupid man that if he sees something that he will say, he will say. Not when the Wahala has been too much. You know how long the Wike and PDP issue has long lasted? And Bala is still a member coming from Bauchi. And if he at this time said, for once, Oga, let's start organizing our party. And you tell him the baptismal name of his father or his mother. It doesn't count. It makes the man saying it stupid. Because it means this is the reason why you are funding the campaign, so that nobody talks to you. You become a Zonyangwanam. Nobody should ever say anything, whether constructive or destructive, about it.
But that's how Nigerian politics run. That's how it runs. I mean,
but then we are saying, no, you pay the piper to the, but you don't know the piper can evolve. After piping for too long, has started gathering some energy. So that when you say, by the way, you pay me, I pipe for you, pay me. But now I've gotten some people who have paid me to pipe. I don't depend on you solely to pipe. That's what you know that you should know at every particular point. And that will remind you of what's happening in River State. As we are talking. That's the same, almost the same thing. But thank God Bauchi is not River State. So you can only say this kind of thing. So what did he remove? Because the same Bala, if you want to be Nigerian president tomorrow, we still come back and look for some benevolent billionaires who are holding our money and collect some from him to go and be Nigerian president. So when he becomes the president and he says one thing, he will not say, a lot of people funded the campaign of all the Nigerian presidents before and after. And those ones have not been jailed when they say, our president, you're not doing it right. So why are we talking about this? And thank God you know it's Nigerian. So we're still talking about usual thing in a usual situation for a usual country that factor and take unusualness into their life. So good luck, Nigerians. Not gonna continue on our own style.
Afeni Ferre is asking the federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu, that Nnamdi Kanu now has become a political detainee instead of, a detainee by the things that he did. So I'm wondering what you think, and I'm also seeing that they have appointed Farotimi as their organizing secretary.
Organizing secretary for Afeni Ferre?
Yes.
Two good news coming from that side. You know, I've always said that when a slave sees how a fellow slave is being buried, directly or indirectly, you know that's how you're going to be buried when you die. It is not only Igbo nations of the world as Odara tree that bear the fruit that they always press the mouth. I brought Sunday Igbo that Odara tree mutanwa and happy one. Happy wago on Igbo for too long. They've pressed Igbo for too long. And they're waiting for who will talk. Nobody. It's like, it's all Igbo affairs. But then, those ones who are doing this, after pressing Igbos and press their mouth until the mouth got broken, they can't even talk again. We'll look for another mouth to press. Because the mouth pressing character of the people pressing mouth has not stopped. I've used the same proverb and analogy when I described the issue of Nigerian police. These are police are your friends. We know in bias we have for police and the relationship we have to them was good for us and we are living with them. Until sometime along the line, something broke loose. These are our brothers, our fathers, our husbands. We are losing their life at a rate that they can't even wear their uniform and pass the street. And Nigerians were not talking. So the ones finished dealing with policemen. What is happening in our streets now? What is happening? Dibia, onye bulu dibia na agwoli ogu, ndi na akọ ya ogu agugu. You went and killed your benevolent dibia, the one that protects you. And you forgot that the ones who sent the negative, the malevolent juju against you are still alive somewhere. That is the issue. That is the issue. The ones, they hold the Igbo, you are not talking. They held the activists. Incidentally, when they held Farotimi, it was an Igbo man that led that made the greatest move and made all the cross exchanges for Farotimi to be released, for that war to stop. In Nnamdi Kanu's issue, which single of them coming from that side has spoken across? No problem. We are in Nigeria. One Nigeria brotherhood will stand on deception. What is happening? What is good for the man who gave woman belly is also good for the woman who gave belly. What is good for the Giz is good for the Baganda. What is good for all the nations and the tribes in Nigeria that are brought together by providence is good for everyone. Whatever injustice that is happening to anyone is bad, no matter who is doing it. And that's my view of our life. Whoever, if it's against the Igbos, is bad. Any injustice against Yoruba is bad. A Gala Fulani outside Yoruba is bad. Until we see Nigeria that way, we will be thriving in ignorance of tribalism and fighting, and we won't take a step forward. And our children will come back and meet us in this. And that's why we should always looking to go to America, where nobody cares whatever you are. Because here, before the next move and you want to make some solid statement, they will tell you the baptismal name of your father and tell you your village and your tribe. And once Nigerians start talking to us, you know where they're going. So you do. So for Farotimi to be appointed is also a strong statement. Because yesterday, remember I said, all those Rick Maro drama to get all the people to go and talk to Afe Babalara not to continue with Farotimi, I saw it as waste of energy. They would have allowed the man, the way I say, to continue to go and kill ants with mallet. By the time he finished, he will realize that the man who is harvesting his plantain with double barrel is losing both sides. The man is burning his candle from 2 points. But thank God, our intelligent people who manage the Afenifere know what to do. And they have made a statement with bringing Farotimi from prison of conscience, to make him organizing secretary. God bless Nigeria. We'll get there someday.
We will, and we hope that someday it's closer than ever. I want to appreciate you, Chris Monica, for your insights onto this program. We truly appreciate you today.
Thank you, Charles.
All right, we're back shortly after this break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. A resilient people are losing their steam, I'm referring to the Igbo people. So many persons have attributed this losing of steam to the history where they are from. Some would say categorically that is because of the loss of the Civil War. That's why that steam, started losing its momentum. But as it stands right now, there is an opportunity to regain that steam to where we needed to be at. But are the political leaders today, are the traditional leaders today across the Igbo nation doing so? Well, some would argue not so much has been done so far. But to what extent really can we achieve the steam that we lost in the 1970s? We have live with us in the studio to talk about Igbo history and opposition in the scheme of things across Nigeria. It's Mazi Chuk. He's a writer and a public analyst. Good to have you. Good morning.
Thank you very much.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm good. But I could be better, really. I mean, if you look at the whole situation we found ourselves, especially as it concerns the Igbo nation, so many persons say that we started losing that steam from the loss of the war in 1970. But some would argue, but that's been a long time ago. We should have been able to...
People could argue in that light, but they will be wrong. The war was one of the greatest upheavals in African history. It's not the kind of thing you will overcome in 50 years. Because those who participated actively, most of those who participated actively in the war are still there, are still in power, or their children or surrogates are still in power. So the past is still with us here. It's not easy to overcome that kind of tragedy.
Yeah, but even after the war, there was this 3 R's: reconciliation, rehabilitation, and the other R.
Reconstruction, rehabilitation, and...
Rehabilitation.
Rehabilitation.
Yeah, so one would wonder that 3 R's did not do so much with reintegrating the people of this region.
The 3 R's didn't do anything. If you want to glorify it, you say it didn't do so much. But in real terms, it didn't achieve anything. Nothing was rehabilitated. There was no effort towards through reconciliation. And nothing was rehabilitated. So the 3 R's were just slogans. It amounted to just sloganeering, nothing more than that. I'm not talking from what people told me or what I read. I witnessed it. It happened in front of my eyes, so I can't be among those who will be deceived with that platitude of 3 R's. No, that's not true. If you were genuinely reconciling, you give people their due. When they unified East and West Germany, if you had one German mark in East Germany, you had one West German mark in the United Germany. You see what I mean? But in our own case, even if you had 5 trillion in the bank, they gave you only 20 pounds. That's not reconciliation. Now, people had houses in Port Harcourt. They were seized and called abandoned properties. A lot of people never recovered their land. That's not reconciliation. There wasn't any rehabilitation as far as I knew. The Onitsha main market was burnt down during the war. It wasn't reconstructed there with federal finances. The people built up their market again. The secondary schools that were destroyed, infrastructural destruction all over the place. There wasn't, as far as I know, any financial outlay from the federal authorities to reconstruct. So that's why I'm saying that all this talk about reconstruction, rehabilitation, reintegration, all those ones don't concern me because I know they never took place, and it's all a cruel joke.
Okay, you witnessed the war.
Yes, I did.
I understand that there are people who even opposed Ojukwu from going to that war. Were they justified?
It wasn't a major fact. I remember that the intellectual Chief Mokugwo Okoye was a voice opposed to not really the war, but the declaration of Biafra. Chief Mokugwo Okoye was a Zekist, a Pan-Africanist, one of those who fought for Nigeria's independence, one of the followers of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. That's just the one voice I remember. But in terms of saying that they opposed Biafra, they opposed the war, that's not true. It's not true, really. But you know that when failure is an orphan, once you fail, narratives will change. People who egged you on will come back to say that they warned you. That's the nature of things in this world. So I'm far from surprised. Yes.
But do you think the war was justified?
Yeah, the war was what?
Do you think, as a person who witnessed the war, do you think it was justified given the circumstances at that time?
I can't say that bloodletting is justified. That's why some people have this slogan that says, make peace, not war. But when you look at the other side of the coin, you can't keep massacring a people over many months and expect them to be there cheering. That's the truth. It's not possible. You are just interviewing me. If I stopped speaking and then I clenched my fist and landed a punch on your jaw now, I don't think you will be smiling. And then I give you an uppercut, I give you a roundhouse, I jab you, and I'll be punching you and you'll be smiling. Would you be doing that? The least you will do is to run away, run through that door. So a lot of the then Biafras or Eastern Nigerians fled the rest of the country to return to Eastern Nigeria. So they took to flight. And they were attacked. They were the people attacked. So that's what it is. You know, some of these questions don't lend themselves to yes and no answers. Because at the time this thing was happening, most of the actors were in their 30s. Yakubu Gowon was 31, Odubegwu Ojukwu was 33, and things like that. So it's not the kind of foresight you have at 70 isn't the same thing as you have at 32, even if you had all the degrees in the war. So there were those difficulties, and the war came, and it was fought.
All right, so after the war, we understand the story, even though there are a whole lot of literary studies done in that regard. The Igbos, you know, came back and rebuilt what it is that is left of them. We've had political leaders from this region play at the national level, but there are people who still say, even Obasanjo has mouthed it at some point, say there is a calculated effort to make sure that no Igbo man, you know, gets to the top echelon of this country, specifically become the president of this country. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't know what you're asking, what I agree with. I don't know what he said, but if he said that, that would be a negation of the so-called platitude of reconciliation. And you can't have people in a country who may not aspire to the higher echelons of society, who may just continue to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. That's not the way life goes. If you do that, it means that you have imposed injustice. And where there's injustice, there can never be peace. You cannot say, I really shouldn't be sitting here feeling at ease. I must stand back, put my hands behind my back in servitude to you. No, when we're supposed to be equal as human beings and as citizens of this country, as denizens of this state. I will not agree to that. Yes.
Right. But again, everyone would say, look, it's all about, you know, your personal conviction about what has happened. How do you build and regain strength and then move forward with what's going on? Do you think beyond the 3 hours that has happened, you said that really nothing happened with the 3 hours. Do you think since then Nigeria has given a largely fair playing ground amongst all the tribes in this country to aspire to, in terms of resources distribution, in terms of appointments?
No, I do. I would not, before you finish your question, I say no, I do not agree, because you saw the past administration of General Muhammadu Buhari. It was a government of nepotism. How many people were given any appointments of worth in that administration? And you can even see what is happening currently. It's the same thing. If there's 100 naira to be shared here, and there are 3 people to share the money, you'll be thinking that each will get at least 33 naira. When one person takes 80 naira, the other person takes 20 naira, and the third person is told to stand back and take nothing. You can't tell me that that's the way to run a society. It means that you are watering the seed of instability, insecurity, insincerity. Societies don't function like that. It's just like I have 5 kids, for instance. I send 3 of them to good schools, and the other 2 I say sit at home and play around if you like. Those children will not be happy. They will grow up having the impression that their father hated them. It will affect their relationship with their other siblings. Don't forget the human mind. This degree of perception is enormous. So people know what is happening in the entity. Whether they speak or do not speak, they do understand what is happening. You know, in this country now, they say they have something called unity schools.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to promote national unity. That's a joke, because you are Igbo. Your son scores 100% in the interview. They say no place for him, and somebody from another state scores 2% and has a place. That's no way to build unity. Or you have what they call the National Youth Service Corps. You know that you go into the army, you hardly go beyond the rank of colonel, unless you are in the medical or education corps and all the rest of it. Once you know all these things, posting you to Kauran Amoda or Guzau or Potiskum for youth service for 12 months will not alter what you already know about the ingrained injustices in your society. So the central point of my argument is this: if you want peace, if you want stability, be prepared to implement justice, fair play, and equity. That's the way society works, not just in the context of Nigeria, but all over the world. If you don't have it, you won't have peace.
Right. Some people would also argue that what you mentioned as the reason why you don't feel that the country is not run properly is politics. The Southeast did not vote for the president. They don't expect, to reap from a government that they didn't support. It's unfortunate, but that's how politics is played in this part of the world, even though you can say that, well, that's not what it should be. same administration, this current administration, the Southeast, didn't vote for it. You know, one would also argue that under Goodluck Jonathan, Southeast also enjoyed some of these appointments that, you know, you mentioned, and other people would complain that there was nepotism, you know, under the Goodluck Jonathan's administration. Same with, you know, Yar'Adua and even Obasanjo. My point is, no matter what you do as a leader, I mean, people will still complain, you know. But one wonders really what you think about, whether you think it's all about positioning or maybe distribution of resources, because this current administration would come and go. The last one, you know, felt like it wasn't ever going to go, but it came and left. We're no longer talking about it, we're talking about this current administration. He will come and go. So is it, so should it be a constitutional matter? Should it be a policy thrust that somebody does not come in, and the system doesn't allow the person to be nepotistic, or maybe to redistribute wealth or resources that looks like they are fighting against one particular region and favoring the other?
Well, people who are fighting against Ndibo are wasting their time. They already lost. Why do I say so? Here is a people, you gave 20 pounds at the end of the war, and in areas that are not political, they are leading. They are leading in business, they are leading in education, they are leading in sports, they are leading in culture. But they are not in politics because of concerted efforts to prevent them from featuring and excelling, as is their word. So, because things are bad today, it doesn't mean that things will remain bad forever and ever. At some point, there will be a change of mind. When Goodluck Jonathan was the president, he didn't have this nepotism. When Yar'Adua was in government, he didn't have this nepotism. Because it is, excuse me, because it is in place today, it doesn't mean that it will remain in place forever. It will change at some point. It's got to change, because embedded in every seed of evil is the germ of its own destruction. So it will pass. Yes.
Are there activities you think that the Southeast should embark upon it? Many people have talked about collaboration, you know, in order to be able to be seen as people who don't bear that grudge anymore, because the fear is that grudge still remains. What happened during 1967 and 70, and so the fear of giving an opportunity to somebody from the Southeast becomes something to, you know, more like a no-go area. So you don't empower them to do.
So if you, does it mean that the war was fought to bring back the Biafrans into the Nigerian fold so that they will become second-class citizens? Is that what you're saying? I thought you fought them to keep the country one. You can't say a country is kept one when people are treated differently according to tribal affiliations. It's not true.
So, with what you were saying, because again, what part of the reasons why I spoke about the fear is what has happened since 2017 up until this moment. The rise of Nnamdi Kanu, the sit at home, the move by some of these non-state actors to cajole people from the Southeast, and they obey. I mean, we've seen that happen over and over again in the last 5 years or so, where they would announce a sit at home from a certain time to a certain time, and that is obeyed in this part of the country. You know, when you see that kind of thing as somebody watching from outside, you would think that maybe this there's something happening there that we really don't know about. Don't you think so?
No, what you will understand is that the social media is playing a very, very critical role in our society today, and what it will result in, nobody really knows. If we were talking about 30 years ago, it will be easy for somebody who is in Finland.
Hello and thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. As always, I'm so excited that you're out there and joining us. Today on our show, we'll be focusing on a very distinguished member of the National Assembly. For a lot of people, he has represented the best of the Igbo man. He has been in the National Assembly for a while. He used to be deputy governor. He has also hungered to be governor of his state. My pleasure to welcome to our program distinguished Senator Enyinnaya Abaribe. Distinguished Senator, glad to have you.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
Well, the last election, a lot of people, wonder how you surmounted the challenge, how you were able to win with all the roadblocks, with all the challenges. Of course, in your old party, that's where you would have wanted to run for that election, or even run for the election, since you also wanted to run for the office of governor. But at the end of the day, you ended up in another party, and I think you were the only senator of that party that survived. How did it happen?
Well, I can't say how it happened. I think that we'll just say that we thank the people of Abia South Senatorial District who found me worthy to be sent back to the National Assembly. In actual fact, I think that election was essentially a contest that was between the records of the incumbent governor at that time in Abia State and my own record for the people of the senatorial zone. I know that a whole lot of people were so interested in it from all over the country. First of all, because the habit and the tendency had been that governors exiting from their positions will all want to come to rest in the National Assembly. And I think in the 2023 elections, about 7 governors or so were unable to make that transition, which means that I wasn't the only one. I was able to surmount an incumbent governor. What I mean by records is that INEC also has some kudos. The National Assembly also has some kudos, because if you remember, we fought hard to bring in electronic transmission of votes, our results, and what that meant was that you could be sure that nobody will go to a center and write results like it used to happen in the past. And so, as results were at the same time, that is sub judice now, so I will not comment about that. But that for our own, the Senate and the House of Reps were all uploaded. And of course, INEC saw the results, they were clear. The people of Abia South Senatorial Zone decided that, on balance, that I represented more of what they wanted than the incumbent governor at that time, and they made their decision based on that.
So that leads me to ask, when you talk about records, what did you put on the table when you were asking to be returned to the National Assembly?
Basically, what a legislator does is, first of all, representation. You represent your people, whichever way. Secondly, you make laws. And of course, every other attendant thing that follows it. There's this notion that every member of the National Assembly has to be able to build roads, to construct schools. Those ones are ancillary, because what you do with regard to that is that once the national budget is out, you can start seeking to make sure that your constituency benefits from whatever projects that are put in the national budget. Sometimes you also struggle to put some projects that you think that they actually need. But the essential thing is representation. And so when the people of Abia, and I can say indeed most Nigerians, saw that I was always an advocate for good governance, an advocate for their rights, an advocate to make sure that the right things are done and things are done properly, and that nobody is treated as a second-class citizen in his own country. I think it was very clear. They saw me as their champion, and that was what I brought out when I was doing the campaign. And I make bold to say that none of them ever said, oh, what is it that you have done? Nobody wanted to know. Because, of course, they know that I'm not a member of the executive. They know that I cannot come and say, oh, I built a trunk A road and all that. I'm not supposed to do so. It's the job of the executive. The point that they now made is, okay, when you put these two individuals side by side, what is their record compared to where they are? And they found, of course, that in terms of representation, that they didn't see anything that was deleterious with me. And so they felt that it was much better to go with what they already know. That's, in summary, what happened.
You have, over these years, really, really wanted to be governor of your state. Probably because of some of the things you've told me. I mean, looking at the job of a legislator and looking at the job of someone in the executive, probably you still feel or felt that if you were in the executive, you can do more for the people of Abia. Do you have any regrets that you have not achieved that ambition and that you're back in the Senate?
No, I don't. Not at all. The point really is that you can seek for something and you don't get it. So if you don't get it, what will you do? You move on. What actually has happened, I think we can also locate it in the general Nigerian malaise, which is that there's always an effort to make sure that the right people are prevented from coming in to do the right job. And so I found that at every point that I go to seek for the position of governor, there's always all manners of obstacles. Not from the people, because we hadn't come to that point, but from the party apparatchik, the people who decide within the party who gets what. And so in the last one, never mind the previous one, it's a story for another day. But in the last one, what really happened was that there was a mistake by the political parties, which has now been cured by a court judgment. That mistake was this. At the point at which we in the National Assembly were amending the Electoral Act, apparently, after we had done the specific amendments, when it came to the fact for who will determine within the parties who becomes a candidate, that is, who becomes a delegate. It was already in the old Electoral Act that party executives were supposed to be candidates. So it was assumed that it was there, but we now added a proviso to say that there will be 3 persons elected who will join the party executives. But it was now found later that it wasn't uploaded. Now, when we made the argument that it didn't really matter, because we also said in the Electoral Act that the parties have a right to make their decisions on who. But the party apparatchik, seeing let me say, seeing an opportunity, latched onto it, and now said it was only those 3 persons. So what we found in all the parties was that, okay, we're going to do elections for 3 persons, who will, and the elections were supposed to come from bottom up. But of course, as you know how it happens, party executives in each state now went to the leader of the party, which is the governor, and now they simply wrote list of names of who the 3 delegates who became the 3. And so that was how the infamous 3-man delegate thing now came about. So ultimately, it meant that one single person now had to determine who becomes a candidate at all levels. But that's not democracy, that's something else. So we now had you could now say that in a state where the party does not have a governor, it was far more democratic because not one single person can determine. But in a state where you had a governor, he ended up determining who becomes a member of that 3-man delegate. So we were all frozen out. That's how you now saw that my former party, People's Democratic Party, lost out heavily because by handing over a democratic process to a totally undemocratic one, what now happened was that decisions were taken that were not in consonance with the democratic ideals. So whatever whims and caprices that the leader of the party in the state determined, not the generality of the party people and not the generality of the populace, presented the person. And that's how you find that there was a clean. I mean, in Abia State, for example, the party went from controlling all House of Rep candidates, the 8 of them, to 1. Went from controlling 2 senators and 1 APC senator to no PDP senator at all. Went from controlling the government through the governor to another government.